Amanda! Amanda! Yes, Ma'am Emily is the only person who uthatha umhlaba. Comrades, if I can please get your attention. I don't want to be pretentious and start with a warm chorus. I can't sing. Which song? Yes. Yini socialism, umhlaba wonke sandleni sabantu. Hakuna muntu ngathi mhlaba.
She knows it.
Mhlaba wonke sandleni sabantu. You see, people are asking me to shove the mic in front of someone's voice. You see? Osana waba. Ini socialism bawonke
akuna muntu akukho muntu ophethe umhlaba ayesaba makwala ngoba babefuna kusetshenzelwa ngaba ini socialism umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu akukho muntu ophethe umhlaba ngaye ayesaba maputshwa ngoba babefuna kusetshenzelwa ngaba ini socialism umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu akukho muntu ophethe umhlaba ngaye abayesa.
Amanda, comrades! Amanda! Okay. That's right. Yes, I get excited when MVC is singing. Because today is a glorious day. Yaputsa Ma'am Emily. Wampona ne? Yo. Ke mogote Ma'am Emily. And batho ba ba bata. Go vara man. Comrades, I get excited when the MVC sings. I'm hoping those who are going to project will project. Yeah, we need something on the screen. I get. Yay!
capital. Ah, bulalu bazu. Agenda ya the capital. Oh yeah. I say for the agenda ya the capital. Agenda ya my capital. Agenda ya the capital. Ah.
Okay, comrades. The MVC today, the most valuable comrade, MVC, most valuable comrade today is our comrade Mam Emily, who is turning 70 years old today. Let's just not clap hands. Let's do the ritualistic thing and sing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Old are you now? 7. 7. 7. Yes. Yeah. Woo! Okay, comrade. In that same vein of celebrating Mam Emily, I just give you Mam Emily 2 minutes to say something so that we can proceed to open in time and start with the program today. Our MVC.
Oh, I feel like crying. Thank you very much. I need those blessings. Thank you, comrades. Makaban, I come from far. Oh, I don't know what to say, but I can sing for you something that my father left for me. I'm the 11th child out of 12. I was born by a gogo and a mkulu. My mom died at 101. And she was doing this. She was a big comrade. I can share my secret, diet conscious. I'm eating traditional food. I don't eat seafood. I was banned by the doctors. I eat moroho. I don't eat eggs. I don't eat tripe. I eat mealies. I eat stump. Yeah? Eat patata. Those are natural food. That's my secret. The other secret from the comrades is Coca-Cola. Yes. Hey! Coca-Cola, Coke. Hey, I feel like crying. Being amongst comrades who honor you, who respect me. I wish God can give him only 2 things: good health and a sharp mind to work with the communities. That's all. Money will follow. And great appreciation to my sister here who offered to bring a keke. Sister Nontando. For me, so that we can celebrate. This song, my father and other comrades who were doing underground work, Elias is his name. When they were all stressed, they would sing this song. When they come home and say, hey, what's wrong? He says, Rosie, my girl, masihlangane, sibe moya munye, njengezingilosi. Rosie Michael Masihlangane. Hey, singakhathaza again uyeni wethu. Masikhuleke uNkulunkulu ukuthi ake asiphe amandla sohlulwa into inye emunye hambe emhlabeni.
Mic drop, tutu. Tutu. O feditse. E wele Mike because of reboot, because of wena, Mam Emil. Just like. Happy birthday, Mam. Kupola kopana rena ke le 21. All right, comrades. This is day 2 of the big gathering. I'm going to hand over to my lovely comrade, colleague, Minaj, to take us through what we're doing on day 2. Welcome, comrades. I'm excited for today. I'm hoping we're going to engage not only robustly, but radically.
Thank you, Comrade Kia. Can we have the program on the screen? Okay. So following yesterday's sessions, the idea of yesterday was for us to get an idea of the state of our democracy, some idea of the state of movements, but also how did we get here? What led to the political crisis? I know those sessions yesterday were very short, and we didn't get to engage very deeply in them, but I think we will over the next day and a half. We'll explore those themes a bit more. So today we have the session now will start at 9:30. It will go on for an hour and a half. It will be facilitated by Koketso. And we have 2 speakers, Dr. Sithebele, who joined us this morning, and Mazibuko. And they'll speak about the 2024 political moment and what it means. What it means especially for people's power, for the building of social movements, also in the context of the consequential election we had earlier this year. After that, we'll have a session on democracy from below, and we have 3 international speakers who will join us via Zoom, from Brazil, from India, and somebody who's based in Mexico but has studied movements based in the US but has studied movements in Mexico and Venezuela. And then the last session, before we go into breakaway groups, will be a session on South African examples. We'll use 2 examples, but we'll talk more broadly about the tools that democracy gives us here, and then we'll go into breakaway groups. So the idea of today is to mostly to understand understanding the state of democracy. What tools does democracy give us in order to deepen power, to build solidarity? So I introduced the first panel already, so let me ask Koketso to come up. Where is she? Oh, you're right here. Okay, Koketso, Dr. Ste, Mazibuko.
Nje nanje nakunje nanje sinemibuzo nakunje nanje nakunje nanje sinemibuzo yeyani nalenhluveko eyambethe eAfrika yeyani nalenhluveko eyambethe eAfrika kunjena njena siyabuza na kunjena nje sinemibuzo kunjena siyabuza na kunjena nje sinemibuzo bayaphina labo mama babevalele majele bayaphina labafazi babevalele majele nakunjena njena nje nina kunje.
Good morning. So before I turn to the speakers over here, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. If your answer to my question is yes, I am going to request that you please stand up. If your answer is no, please raise a hand. If your answer is maybe, just stay sitting down. And as we respond to these questions, I want you to pay attention to your fellow participants, right? I am going to ask a few people why they responded a particular way to certain questions. There are no right or wrong answers. Since the election, are you feeling more positive about the state of things in South Africa? No is raise your hand. Yes is stand up. Maybe is just sit. Okay. Are you standing? Okay. I am going to ask you to tell us why you are standing.
Standing alone here, but mostly because I'm really glad that the ANC's dominance has fallen. I know that it hasn't ideologically fallen. The DA and the ANC now push forward a very negative, like a neoliberal, as everyone spoke about yesterday. There's not a change in ideology or a change in agenda, but I'm just glad that the ANC has less power. Generally, that's why it's mostly about the ANC falling a little bit.
Thank you. Who had their hand up for? Okay. Please tell us why you said no.
Thank you. Oh, I don't need to stand up. Well, liberalism is still there. Capitalism is still dominant. We see the rise in nimbism. Not in my backyard. The DA is using this opportunity to evict black people away from the city. As I speak to you right now, there's a very difficult to watch video of the community the white community in Palito that is calling black people dirty, causing hygiene problems for the whites. So there's a great divide more than ever before.
Thank you. And who was a maybe? Any maybes? Okay. Okay.
Is it on? Okay. I was a maybe, more like a yes, but. No, the reason is because I think that we have an opportunity to build a new democracy. We have the opportunity to build a new politics. But the reason why there's a but or there's a maybe is because the way that the new politics is emerging is a disintegration of the ANC, which kind of then makes it potentially old wine, new bottles. So I'm interested to see how things are going to shape up beyond the ANC, because if you look at who won the election, it was said yesterday, but I think it's important for us to constantly remind us of ourselves of this. The election was won by the ANC, because the EFF is a breakaway party of the ANC. The MK is a breakaway party of the ANC. So if you combine the percentages, the ANC essentially won the election. It's just that they're sitting in different seats. And if you look at who's in parliament now, the entire state capture cabal is in parliament. So I'm worried about whether we got what we wanted or we got what looked like what we wanted.
Thank you. My next question, and just a reminder, a yes is stand up, a no is a hand up, and a maybe is just remain seated. Do you believe that the world is getting better? Do you believe that the world is getting better? Again, please pay attention to people's responses around you. Okay, lots of no's. I'm going to come over to you. Why do you believe that the world is not getting better?
So for me, for one, when you say believe, it means that you don't really know whether it's happening or not. Secondly, I also think that now the world is taking a turn for the worse. There's more military weapons being introduced, there's more austerity measures being introduced, and the working class is getting poorer and poorer every day. So based on that, there can't be a better. Yeah.
Thank you. Did we have any maybes? Okay, Kia, maybe over there.
I said maybe because in as much as objectively it does look like everything's falling apart, we're seeing, outright violence, we're seeing genocide, we're seeing the demise of democracy. But at the same time, I say maybe because we see it. So there's this mass awareness of everything that's wrong. And no matter what the rhetoric the people in power may put out, no matter what narrative they may try to spin, everybody is awakening to the truth. And the fact that the masses are now aware of what is wrong and can see through the facade that has been held up by politicians and people in power and the establishment for so long, I think that in itself is a power that we need to galvanize to finally make a change and let it fall.
Thank you for sharing that. Coming over here.
Hi, good morning, I'm Fatima. I must say I'm uncertain, but I will tell you why I say maybe. The first thing I want to say is yesterday, I was very unsettled by that opening panel. No? I do think we should have intergenerational panels, because there was some of us who are in the room, who was in the liberation movement, who don't think that nothing came out of it. We were very proud of what we achieved. So to sit and hear people in a post-apartheid era just completely dismiss the struggles of those who have come before us was difficult to hear. If you're a woman in this country, you are experiencing rape 5 times the global average. But my mother could not open an Edgar's account without my father's signature. Contraceptives is fully available. I can have an abortion. These are things that we fought for, that we've won. So I think history doesn't proceed in a straight line. but we do ourselves a disservice if we don't acknowledge the victories that we've attained so far, because all of these things came to us not because oppressors were generous, it came to us through struggle. So if we don't acknowledge the victories we have achieved along the way, then we're also disrespecting those who had come before us. So it was difficult for me to sit and hear the panel speak about how everything is shit in the country. And I'm telling you, if you lived in the dying days of apartheid or at the height of apartheid, it's impossible to believe that things are not somehow better, that we're not counting what has happened, what has shifted in our country. And it doesn't negate the fact that other things have gotten worse and the road to struggle and freedom is still long. I think everybody's probably been watching the bombing of Tel Aviv. And I think there's none of us who share solidarity with Palestinians who don't have a slight sense of joy in it. It's terrible to be happy because there's a bombing happening, but I'm telling you, the fact that that bombing could happen says something about the shifting of power in our world. It's going to be devastating for that region and beyond. But a decade ago, this could not have happened. You know, the Middle East would have been quiet in the face of a genocide. So for me, maybe I'm old when I say these things, but I think we have to be nuanced. We have to tally what has shifted, because if we don't count what has shifted, we're not going to learn how to shift things. Some things were achieved in our country, people. If you are HIV positive, you can't get ARVs. Are we really going to write that off? That didn't come to us because someone was generous. That came to us through struggle. All the advances that women have made in this country, despite the fact that we still fight for our lives every day, there's struggles that went into this that achieved this. So my appeal, and I feel very old when I say this, is let's be historical. Let's be Marxist in this way, that so that we don't repeat the mistakes of those who had come before us, but that we build on their victories. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I noticed that there was not a single person who stood up to respond yes to that question. Okay, just because we heard from you already, I'm going to move to another yes, no? Thank you.
Greetings, comrades. Sindisa Monakali. I don't want to respond to the question. I just want to respond to what started yesterday, which I believe it's what my last comrade here is sharing. We don't disregard the intergenerational working together or solidarity, especially as young people who are the so-called born frees in this country. We don't disregard that, comrades. And we'll never distort the history, because we've learned the history. The reason why we're here today is because consciously, through political education, we've managed to learn and unlearn history as we go. But our lived experiences and realities, comrades, are the ones that are making us to say these things today. People are being evicted today. We know it happened in the past, but it's happening now. So the so-called liberation heroes and liberation leaders of this country have promised people something, and they are not delivering it. So we can't be praising them for not delivering what they're supposed to be doing. The promises that they've made to us in the past are not delivering it them now. So we do acknowledge the certain victories of social trans and 350 that don't have any structural change. We do that. But the mandate, or the call here, it's for a deep and a radically grassrooted structural change. We appreciate the free water and RTPs, but they have their own limitations. They must be challenged. So I don't want us to move away from this conversation, Chair, that we are saying that people did nothing, all of us, but the living conditions today don't make us to applaud what has been achieved in the last 30 years in this country. And goes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the final question now, right? Thank you for sharing that. We're going to have more time for discussions. The final question I'm going to ask is, do you believe in your capacity to change the current conditions? do you believe in your own capacity to change current conditions? If your answer is yes, please stand. If your answer is no, raise your hand. If your answer is maybe, remain seated. Lots of interesting discussions on this question. Okay, we have a no.
Good morning, comrades. Yes, if the first thing, it has to start from this platform, because already when I was watching the panels, there's a problem right there. They say movement caucus, but I didn't see any movement in that panels. I appreciate the analysis and the synopsis when you talk about what we should do, what we should have been done, but still, the movement on the struggle is supposed to be there, supposed to listen to their voices. If we are not doing that, as movement, as NGOs, because I see there's a domination again here in this space with NGOs. So if you're not doing that, we are lying to ourselves. We are talking from day one. We said we're going to be pro-conservative, but we seem to be defensive. Everyone, when someone's saying something, there's someone who's going to stand up and be defensive about the response from the others. And we say we want a change. And it's not going to happen if we are still lying in ourselves in this platform, yes.
Thank you. That was a resounding no. Please, can we get a yes over there? Tell us why you believe in your capacity to change current conditions.
Thank you, comrade. My name is Tulan Bogani. So I believe as much as we are fragmented as the left, but one day we will unite and challenge the enemy head on. So that's why I keep on organizing where I am, even though we are fragmented as the left. So I believe one day we'll unite. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot of maybes as well, particularly in this region. Kia, pick and choose which maybe you want to go to.
Which maybe? Who has a maybe? Oh,
look, he's looking ready to go.
Ah, yeah, a maybe.
Maybe because the crisis that people are talking about is deep, and it seems to be getting worse. When you look at unemployment, poverty, the ecological crisis, it's not getting better. And unlike, say, during the apartheid, when the apartheid regime intensified repression from the 70s into the 80s, you started seeing people's power movements on the rise. We don't have that today. But then it's a maybe because the decline of the ANC is on two levels, electorally and as a mass movement. And as a mass movement, the strength of the ANC had been such that they dominated community mobilization spaces. Now that they are declining even there, a space is opening up for community organization that is not associated with the ANC to happen. And now that they've lost, they are losing political power, they will be more inclined to listen to popular voices that are organized on the ground. But this organization is going to depend on how we sustain struggle through phases of history. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to hear from one more maybe, please, Gia. Any maybe takers?
Where the maybes at? Oh, Ellen, a maybe.
Morning, my name is Alan Mulman. The maybe for me is while I might believe in my own inherent power to create change in the spaces that I control, my family, my close friends, we're talking about shifting a whole society. And I'm not convinced that everybody's up for the task. I'm not even convinced that we are aligned enough in terms of our analysis of what the problem is in order to create a common platform. So my maybe is really that the problems are deep, and it requires that almost a whole of society approach, and we haven't seen that for a very, very long time. And I'm quite cynical about what we seem to believe is that if we stand up, people will follow us. When in this country, the truth is, ordinary people have lost faith in institutions of all kinds, including civil society. And unless we can address that trust deficit, and unless we can mobilize as a collective and build solidarity between us, we're on a maybe.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more yes.
Thank you. Good morning, comrades. Comrades, I'm worried about the maybes. I'm very worried about the maybes. If we don't believe that we can bring this change, then nobody's going to believe. Our constituency is looking at us and seeing the energy we put in, and we convince them every day that change is possible. Because if we don't convince them, and if we don't believe that change is possible and that we are the ones that can make that change, then we're in deep trouble, comrades, in very deep trouble. We must be the change we want to see. And really, we can't change the whole system by ourselves. But we also know that a small group can grow into a big group and can make huge changes and huge differences. I agree with what Fatima was saying this morning, that a lot has been achieved, and a lot is there to be celebrated. And even post-apartheid, there is things that we have achieved over time. So please, comrades, we have to believe if we want our constituency to believe. If we go there and say, maybe we can do this, I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to bring that to a wrap, right? The reason I did that, I asked these questions and asked you to pay attention. We're all gathered here, but we're really coming at this from different vantage points, right? But that's what makes something beautiful possible, that we're really coming at the problem from very different perspectives, our own realities, the realities in which we are submerged, you know? And I really want us to be open to hearing difference and embracing it, to hearing discomfort and being open to it, right? The second reason I ask those questions is I have a couple of questions for the speakers, but I'm really going to open it up to you all to react. What is being said? What questions do you have? Not just to the speakers, but for each other as well. There is no right or wrong answers, but possibly by putting our ideas together, something beautiful may emerge. So that is the invitation for this session. Thank you for indulging me. So I want to share a couple of things that happened just after the elections. After the elections, the elderly woman who is my neighbor, who had a full-time nurse living with her, was sick. On my way, after dropping the kids from school, walking back home, her nurse started screaming, "Koketso, koketso, tusa," as in help me, help me. I went inside, and the elderly neighbor was not okay. I phoned an ambulance, and I was told that there has been a car accident somewhere, so all of Johannesburg's ambulances went there. I got in touch with a neighbor who lives up the road and has a car, and I asked this neighbor, please come get Jenny and take her to the hospital, she's not okay. When the neighbor came with the car and we carried her into the vehicle, she died. We felt the body, but in that moment, I was too scared to tell the nurse. It was like, let her go to the hospital and get told there. As the day unfolded, the nurse and all manner of people started weeping. What will a GNU do for me? It was not the first instance that I heard this. Next door to my office, a couple of weeks after that, there was a fire. As the building burned, as the house burned, my colleague phoned a fire station. The one fire station that responded most were dropping the phone calls. The one fire station in Berea that responded sent a truck, and there was no water in the truck. Around the corner, there was Joburg's best fire station is there. Some of my colleagues went, people were running towards there, while other neighbors were bringing water to put out the fire. There was fire trucks at this fire station, but there was not a single driver available. At the end of this tragedy, despite people's best efforts, a mother and her 2 children died. Children, 5-year-old and 3-year-old. Again, the question was, everybody is saying GNU. What will the GNU do for me? I can list a whole bunch of tragedies that have continued to unfold, as I'm sure all of you can. But we cannot ignore that something has happened this year, and so this is the conversation that we are going to enter into right now. With that said, Mazibuko, I am going to turn to you immediately, right? One of the things you argued post-election is that there's a danger in mischaracterizing the situation, and that what we have is not a GNU, but an elite pact. Can you unpack for us what you mean by that and the characterization of this moment, if you will?
Okay. Thanks for the question, Koketso. Good morning to everyone. So, 40 million voters, that's what we have as eligible voters. Of those, 26 million registered to vote. Of those, 16 million voted. So the ANC is 40% of 16 million. And the DA, with its 22%, is 22% of 16 million. So clearly, it's a democracy in crisis. It's a democracy that's not endorsed by a large number of people. That already is conditions for making an elite pact. But let me just take a step back. Garnet already mentioned yesterday that the first GNU we had in '94 was mandated by the interim constitution. So there was a particular historical circumstance at the end of a system of operation, and then the need to transition to a new dispensation. That's the kind of context in which a GNU emerges. But historically, there are 2 other critical conditions. One, at the end of a war, as part of a negotiated settlement, but also thirdly, when the contending forces cannot displace each other, like you saw with ZANU and MTC in Zimbabwe. Clearly, ZANU had lost, but the MTC did not have the capacity to overcome ZANU. So what we have from May is what has happened typically elsewhere in the world. A political party losing elections. There's nothing historical about that, of the kind that would require a GNU. So what we have is not a GNU informed by this kind of significant historical circumstances. Also importantly about the GNU would be transitional tasks and violence, constitutional negotiations, and so on. There's nothing of the sort that we have today. So our argument that we've made with Garnet in a paper is that actually the figment, the cover of a GNU is essentially to mollify, to make it acceptable, to build a legitimacy, whereby an elite pact can be endorsed by the general population. And that elite pact, in our view, is a political realignment that does not go to the heart of addressing the big social crisis we face, the big systemic and structural issues. So that pact, if you remember, It was one of the rating agencies, which I forget, which first called for a DA-ANC government, and then followed by that, all segments of business, including Business Unity South Africa. So it was not a pact that the ordinary mass of people called for. Not a single mass organization called for that kind of pact. So if you also look at the statement of intent that basically decides on behalf of a population in a context where we have a limited democracy. Sorry to go on for so long, but in my view, these points basically substantiate why what we have actually is an elite pact that is going to sustain a program of neoliberalism that's going to hit, as we heard from yesterday, workers, poor people, the unemployed, rural people, and so on. Yeah.
So I want to continue on that note, right? I mean, one of the things you mentioned was about who was calling for it. There were a lot of dominant narratives, right, that preceded the election, but also afterwards. The idea that markets will collapse unless certain coalitions are formed, right? But we also saw in the lead up to the elections, I mean, the polls, the use of polls at a scale which we are not familiar with as well, and the misrepresentation of numbers and a whole bunch of things, right? Who benefits, right? Things like this don't just happen. They happen because there are people who benefit, institutions that benefit. From your vantage point, Mazibuko, who are the biggest beneficiaries of this outcome?
So, consistent with the argument I've made about this political realignment that has taken place, it is one that does not address the core systemic issues. What are these core systemic issues? Inequality, ownership of the economy, redistribution, transformation of people's living conditions. Those do not get changed at all. In fact, what you have is an attempt to make it possible for South African capital to be able to be profitable again. So that's clearly who will benefit. If you remember, well, not if you remember, that's a wrong phrase. So when we put an end to apartheid through the compromises we reached, one of the things which we inevitably did was to free South African capital from the shame of apartheid. Now it could globalize, now it could make profits elsewhere. So the negotiated end to apartheid was about the same logic that continues today, the restoration of profitability to an economy that was in crisis. The economy over the last 10, 15 years had been in severe decline, in severe crisis. Now capital could no longer afford to have a political elite, a governing elite that's not able to respond to the renewed crisis of profitability. So I'm emphasizing this point about profitability because if you think about it, then you are able to navigate and work out who stands to benefit from a more stabilized political system. So basically, my analysis leads me to conclude that the main beneficiary of the political realignment is basically those who own and run the economy. Because they've kicked the can down the road, they'll be able to have a more representative, a less corrupt, they hope, a more legitimate political elite that governs the country. So that is significant in my view. But there are two other beneficiaries, which I think we should not forget. Garnet made the point yesterday about the DA being the most strategic victor from a 2% party to a 22% party. That is quite significant because it means that liberals, those who stand for liberal democracy, those who stand for liberal capitalism, as if you remember, just before Ramaphosa was elected by parliament, Steenhuisen addressed a press conference where he says, we are now about to go govern. That's significant, that in a country of a black majority, a minority party actually is in such a powerful position. And then second, the other third benefactor from these elections is a whole range of conservative forces that are anti-constitutional, are anti-rights, whether it's the ethno-nationalists of the Cape Coloured Congress, of the Patriotic Alliance, of Action SA, or the MAD MK party. But all of those forces together basically represent a conservative agenda. And now they are emboldened just to demonstrate, the PA has grown from about 40,000 votes in the last election to about 300,000. That's significant. And that means now that Gayton can occupy public spaces and spout his xenophobic backwardness, his racialized backwardness confidently and legitimately on political platforms that should be advancing progressive democracy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a powerful point. One thing that I do want to share on that point around Gayton Mackenzie, one of my neighbors calls me and tells me that the other neighbor has made a washing line. And so the washing line has now bent to the wall, and she's worried that it's going to fall on her grandchild, right? And then she starts saying that they want the wall to fall, as they have done to South Africa's borders. Gayton will finish them off. And this is an area that has traditionally been quite anti-xenophobic, right? My entire street, it looks like the UN, it looks like the African Union, you know? But suddenly, Gayton has legitimized for people to say such things, you know? And that's quite scary. Sithebele, I'm going to turn to you now. Post the election, one of the interviews you had, you say, I quote, "The ANC will not be the same after this, whichever way it goes. And it's a big identity shift that will come from this." What do you mean?
Oh, there we go. I mean that the ANC's idea, and I can't remember who said it in the opening remarks, in the opening round of questions, that the ANC's identity and formation as a mass movement, as a people's representative, which was already under strain and being challenged. I think this election has ended that version of the ANC. The question for me at the time of that interview was which part of the ANC inherits it going forward, and the choices around which coalition to go into, because ultimately a GNU is a coalition government. And I think an important thing to say is that our electoral system is meant to create coalition governments. So what we have is the outcome that is meant to, is the outcome that is designed by our electoral system. And I think there's a lot to probe there, but the point, just in relation to that quote, was that the question was what part of the ANC is going to inherit it, at least for the next 5 years of governance. Because and what we can see now is that the kind of neoliberal, pro-capitalist, almost centrist right part of the ANC is what is dominant and has been able to drive the agenda, the program, and the path after the election. The question is what happens to the other ANC, and how is it organizing? Because there's people within the ANC that don't align with MKP that has gone out, that also don't align with the EFF that went out 10 years ago, but that are currently homeless, whose ideas of governance, of ideology aren't represented by the way that the government is set up now. Where are those people? Are they organizing? And what becomes of their ideals, program, plans for governance? But then the last thing I want to say is that the ANC has lost its legitimacy as a mass organizing movement. for the majority of young people that I interact with and that I teach, they do not see the ANC as a legitimate vehicle for the fulfillment of the needs, grievances, hopes, aspirations. I mean, we talk so much about things in a negative sense, right? The needs, grievances, but people also have hopes, aspirations that they don't see being able to be fulfilled through the ANC as it's currently structured. So I think there's a much bigger question about who inherits that and what is constructed as a political vehicle for that, because what we're seeing now is that those hopes, aspirations are actually being represented in a very fragmented way in the formal electoral system. But that 60% of voting age adults in South Africa didn't vote. That 16 million out of the 40 million or so that voted is 40% of voting age adults. 60% of voting age adults have checked out of the electoral system. And what does that then mean for our democracy and how it continues into the future?
So then my follow-up question would be, if people have checked out and are not giving faith in the ANC, you talk about it not being a legitimate force in that instance, why then bother with what happens to this other ANC, as you have called it? Why is it a question?
Well, for me, it's a question because what we know, and I think the formation of the MKP is really instructive. And apart from it's what it's anti-constitutionalism, it's anti-rights, what did Sunday say, state capture cabal. I think we need to take the MKP's formation very seriously, because it was able to mobilize an existing organizing capacity and mobilize it very quickly in order to pose the biggest electoral challenge that the ANC has faced since 1994. And to do so with no political program to speak of. And so much of the analysis in the immediate period before the election and the immediate period after was about ethno-nationalism, Zulu nationalists. But when you look at where the MKP got votes, the MKP got thousands of votes in the Western Cape. It's too simplistic a story that has been told by the MKP, by those of us who feel uncomfortable with its ideological underpinnings. And we do ourselves a disservice because there's a lesson there to be probed about what it actually takes to organize this society at this stage of our history. The second thing is that, for me, the other lesson of the MKP and of the PA and of Gayton is that Gayton is using his official position as minister and everything that comes with that executive power to mobilize very effectively and to build on his support. Gayton will do better in the local government election, and he will do better in the national election, just of effectively using his executive power. The MKP in Parliament is going to be, and is proving itself to be, a far more effective official opposition than the DA ever was. Because the MKP and those state capture cabal, whatever, constitutional delinquents, it's people that understand how the state works. So they are able, I don't know if anyone wants to, on YouTube, find the Justice Committee session question.
Legal spaces in Parliament, in the municipalities. So that for me is the biggest danger. Already implied in my earlier answer is then the second danger. Who is going to build the mass power required to put pressure on all sorts of institutions, political and economic in particular, if then the ordinary people are displaced from democracy. The other party, I thought you were referring to Koketso, I thought you were talking about the EFF, but let me make a comment which connects to this question. You remember the EFF spectacular achievement to get Parliament to undertake a process to review the Constitution, Section 25 amendment to allow expropriation without compensation. Now, that was brilliant, and it enabled mass participation. If you remember, the more than 100 public hearings, each attended by at least 2,000 people. That was a moment which created some kind of momentum. But because our democracy is oriented to political parties, that amendment was lost because of party political maneuvers, instead of actually engaging the public process. So I think
now to represent people's power. I talk about the electoral system all the time, but I really think that it's at the core of a lot of what we're dealing with now, which is that a closed list proportional representation system is not supposed to create a mass movement, a majoritarian movement that represents a single mass of people. It's supposed to fracture. It's supposed to create fragmentation. Our electoral system incentivizes, it rewards the fragmenting of politics. It's not designed to create a mass. The other countries that have the same electoral system as ours are Israel. I mean, Israel has the closest electoral system to ours. It is meant to create fragmentation, and then, well, it's meant to allow for representation in very fragmented environments. The risk, of course, is that it reinforces that fragmentation instead of fixing it, right? So the more specific, chauvinist, limited your politics, the better for you in a closed-list PR system, because you can just need to appeal to your little group, and you appeal to enough of them. In South Africa, you appeal to 46,000 or so of them, and you've got a seat in the National Assembly. There are no rewards in our system, really, to appealing to the mass interest or to creating a politics that amalgamates. The idea in our system is that then all the different fragments, once they are elected into government, into parliament, then decide amongst themselves what formation of the fragments will then become the government that rules. So in this current GNU, the mix of fragments is the ANC's 40% and the DA's 20% anchoring it. That makes it the 60%, and then with some others around it to legitimate. But in the process of, you know, the organizing politics that leads you to the election, you don't amalgamate. That's why that, what was that thing called? Multi-party charter thing. That's why it didn't work, right? Because you don't do that beforehand. You each in your fragments, your bits of your politics, run, you get in, and then you decide what version of you is going to govern. And that's what we've seen at local government level. And so any conversation that we're going to have about what is it that we want our politics to look like in future, and the writing in of the PR, proportional representation requirement, into the Constitution of 1996 I think ties us to a path. Because in 1992-93, when the closed-list PR system was chosen, for administrative reasons more than anything else, it was meant to be temporary. It was meant to be applied in 1994, and then something else be used from 1999. It became fixed into the system with the 1996 Constitution and then the 1998 Electoral Act. And there are advantages of PR, but this adoption of it without actually thinking of what it creates of our system and the options it closes for our organizing, I think is a real oversight, and it was an understandable one to make, because, you know, in 1996, even in 2004 or 2014, it was unimaginable that the ANC wouldn't be able to mobilize the support of over 50% of the country. So it didn't seem like a problem that needed to be thought about. But that's why then for the DA, this is a huge victory. In 2011, when I first analyzed an election, you know, officially as a proper working person, the DA's goal was to get to about 40% by 2019, actually. And then they realized after the first Nasrec that actually we don't need it. That the ANC is fragmenting, the broad church that is the ANC isn't holding anymore. And it's going to start falling apart. So we just need to now campaign and run our politics for the system, for what the closed list PR system allows us to do, which is that it allows us to be a 20% party, but have a big influence over government and to actually govern. And that's where we are now. But the rest of us all need to catch up to that. That even within civil society, within you know, the broad definition of kind of what the civic space is, the way that our and because of what you've spoken about the dominance of the formal institutions and the dominance of party identity, the way that things are set up is to actually make it very difficult to develop a single political program. Because we are encouraged to fragment in order to achieve the political ends that we want to achieve.
So I want to go back to your point about local government. One of the interesting things that happened in the lead up to this election, so I'm from the Northwest Province, and there was just this period where certain municipalities, for the first time, received community grants, right? And what ended up happening in the lead up to elections was that certain people stopped voting in certain councils because the risks became too high. In one municipality I am aware of, before the community grant even reached the municipality itself, certain people had plans to hit Dubai and Disney World. But basically what you saw is that this is our last chance to eat, and municipalities are being ravished at a scale that feels like has never been before, you know, in this moment, you know? And so you're seeing these municipalities being hollowed out, but at the same time, you are seeing the potential of these forces taking over local government, you know? And so what do you think there? What are the potential opportunities in this moment to somehow manage things potentially, you know, so that this possibility that you were talking about around local government is actually possible?
It's not going to be easy because as popular forces, that is social movements or the left broadly, is poorly organized when it comes to power. Comrades in movements in the US are talking about contesting for power. They are even talking about co-governance. Parties like the Working Families Party or the Democratic Socialists of America or even other left candidates in the Democratic Party, they are far better organized than where we are. So this is a big question that organizations like Abashali, the Unemployed People's Movement, and other social movements have to grapple with. So the Unemployed People's Movement gives us an interesting experiment. There arose the shutdown of Makhanda in 2021 before the elections. And then out of that shutdown, the school governing bodies, the Taxi Association, the Anti-Crime Forum, approaches the UPM and says, you can't lead us all these years through struggles against local government without actually taking political responsibility. This raises a dilemma for the UPM because the UPM describes itself as a popular movement, as a social movement. That's not about political power. But they came up with an interesting solution. They will, together with these other forces that approached it, constitute a political platform that becomes the Makana Citizens Front, through which they contest elections. So they remain a social movement, but they also have a political platform. I'm mentioning this example because I thought it was quite a smart maneuver without compromising the autonomous identity of a popular movement. Now, this is a question, for example, what does Abashali do in eThekwini? Does it transform the Poor People's Alliance, which is part of, into something that can really contest power? Because if we do not act politically at that local government space, I think we are basically laying the ground for even further decline for this democracy. For me, I think this is a question we cannot ignore as those of us in popular movements and the broad left. Unfortunately, there is not going to be a left messiah anywhere that's going to rise and unite people. I think that's a crucial question along the lines of what the UPM is proposing. And then, alongside the electoral contest, I think there's something else we need to think about, given the limits that Sithebele points to in the political system. How do we think about a long-term strategy of reforms that deepen democracy? For example, at the level of the municipality, there's direct representation insofar as what is concerned. But that direct representation is not accompanied by the right to recall. There's no statutory system for the population to say, we're not happy with that councillor. Let us put together a petition to constitute and invoke a right to recall. So I think this is something which we need to fight for and actually win in legislation. Another example of a reform that can deepen democracy is the possibility of ordinary people to constitute themselves as a social force that can propose legislation or even bylaws. Right now, we're completely outside of that. We do not have space for that. Is this not something that we need to really mobilize about in quite a stronger way? Because what it will begin to do is to chip away power from the politicians and actually change the power dynamic in favor of democratic forces. Even within the current system, my last point, this is a question that, again, to go back to Makhanda. So now, the question that faces the UPM and the MCF, you've got 5 councillors now of the MCF. What is their agenda to enable ordinary people to reclaim that municipality from below? How do they participate in ward committees? Remember, though, ward committees are limited. They do not have real power over budgets, over implementation. But how do you contest the space? How do you push that boundary? So I think we're not paying enough attention as popular movements and the left to the current space that exists and how do we push the boundary, particularly at the level of the local municipalities. What this means is building a critical mass of activists within these movements who know how the system works, who can work out how to push the boundaries, but also in ways that make a difference to people's lives.
Thank you. I mean, what you've just described and your US examples, you know, as you were speaking, there's so many things that came to mind. Colombia, Brazil, you know, elsewhere in the world, there is so much that's happening. And to me, it speaks a little bit to how we've let go of imagination as a site of struggle, you know? And that feels like, you know, there's a deep crisis in our capacity to imagine both existing places as something different potentially, but also creating new ones, you know? And with this said, Sithebele, I'd be interested in what you think are potentially the opportunities that this political, Mazibuko answered specifically around the reforms, local government, but this post-election reality in which we find ourselves, right? Are there any potential opportunities that you see emerging from it?
Yeah, I do. I think, first, I think local government is a huge area of opportunity. We're not doing enough about organizing and focusing on local government because it's the only tier where there is where there's space for constituency organizing. And being able to organize firstly around, you know, for the ward elections, but also to be able to engage with and to make input into the planning processes and the budgeting processes on behalf of constituencies. It's the only place where there's space for that. And I think that we need to be far more deliberate about taking that space. And forcing politicians, forcing administrators to listen to constituencies. Because on the point of what then is the opportunity around the, you know, this post-GNU, whatever time that we're in. The first one is that because of this sense of there being a settled, that the ideological conflicts are settled, right? At least in terms of the executive between the ANC and the DA. And there's a lot of, I've been in a lot of conversations with sort of business around like, no, we need to now focus on state capacity and how the administration works and get government to work, you know? And the risk of that is that you're having, so we're currently living in a period of almost state failure, right? Like what you were describing about the ambulances not getting out is just a state machine, the machinery of this doesn't work. The ambulances aren't being serviced regularly enough. Those are administrative tasks. This isn't big politics, it's administration. The capacity to do that has collapsed in large parts of the state, particularly at local government level, for many, many reasons. And there's now this seriousness or this attention that's being put on that, which is why the GNU has on its program of the Operation Vulindlela local government. The concern, though, is that the way that then that administration is going to be rebuilt and redesigned will be for the interests of the owners of the economy, not for the interests of communities that actually need delivery. So I think there's a huge necessity and an opportunity for civil society, popular movements broadly, to think about what is it that you actually, in Makanda, where the roads are non-functional, the water doesn't run, what is it that we need to fix it? And where are, paying attention to where is that not working? And then pushing through, using the capacity for popular mobilization to then put those needs and those solutions at the forefront. Because the politicians do still need to respond to you, right, if they want to be elected in 2026. And so, you know, I think there's an opportunity there. Because my concern is that you're going to have the state being rebuilt around the needs of business, even more than it is now. And so we need to be alive to that and to do things. The second, I think, opportunity is to rethink political formations and organizing in the way that Mazibuko has spoken about how do we go from social movements to political power in a way that maintains integrity, but where are we willing to lose integrity? Because this idealism is what is going to kill the left. Where are we willing to have people that are deployed, but where they don't need, where they can just get it. I don't have the language for it now, but there's a need for us to just get into the mess of things. Because this preciousness is what's going to be the end of us. And then the third thing, and the third opportunity, and I don't know how we do this, is we need a General Mkhwanazi of the left. Because, and I know, Amanda, you're going to shout at me, extrajudicial killings, I agree, I'm not promoting that. But what I am saying is that what's happening at local government, what you're describing in Northwest, but it's happening here in Joburg, it's happening everywhere, is our local government, because politics in the sense of representing people's interest has left the room. Our local government is run by mafias. And it's mafias that are linked into the state all the way up, that are linked into business all the way up, including the big mining companies, including... And so part of what you're organizing against at local government level is organized crime. And I don't think that we have in our toolbox of analysis and then of how to mobilize enough around how, and it was there in the 80s, right? How do you organize against organized crime, against mafias? How do you use those mafias when you need to? And how do you work against them when you need to? Because that is what you're dealing with at local level and increasingly at provincial and at national.
Also, how do you stay alive?
And how do you stay alive while you do it? And it's a complete, and that's, there's tools, there's things in our toolbox of how we're analyzing things and then how we're, acting for that isn't including that. Yeah.
So I know Mazibuko wants to make an interjection, and then I'm going to turn over to you. Mazibuko?
So when there are these xenophobic outbreaks, which is somewhat similar to these criminal gangs, we've seen Abashlali, we've seen UPM going against the grain, building trust on the ground by engaging with people directly. I don't think we can avoid that door-to-door work, that patient education, building critical consciousness, but in ways that say, actually, you have the power to change the situation. That's why Faiza's appeal was important. But that's not good, it doesn't give immediate answers. So we have to be prepared for the long haul in undertaking this work. It's going to be messy, it's going to be dirty, and I think this is where we can also begin to bring in local religious institutions, because they have a measure of legitimacy. However, we've allowed them to be captured by politicians. We need to go back to a moment where we have people's reverence, we have people's churches, who can be able to intercede in spaces where our political work may not be able to. You've seen in the Western Cape examples of former gangsters having turned to the church and how then they can actually play a positive role. And this is where then we need to be directional, deliberate, and political. That's one aspect. And then another aspect of this, you say we should not be holy and so on. I think you're right. At some point, the UPM and the MCF thought that they could get 14 seats in that municipality of 28. If they had more time, this is how they feel. Now, if they did get that, what they would not have is policy capacity. What they would not have is administrative capacity. What challenge does that pose for a range of us to build support institutions at that moment? And I think we've got time to really think through that, building significant capacity to enable movements to be confident, to enable them to maneuver and walk through the space of power, where then they are aware of the kind of risks you're pointing to. Two moments that the UPM faced in this regard. Right now, Ikhini depends on the gift of the givers to resolve the ongoing water crisis. There's a discussion that doesn't go far enough in the UPM. How do we engage the gift of the givers such that actually we have a longer-term solution? For example, can we set up a people's engineering panel that can do a number of things, give us a proper baseline report on what the hell causes this water crisis, but also what are the kind of policy, budget, and other responses that would be required to overcome the water crisis for the long term. So you can see there, if the UPM and the MCF will take that discussion further, it could really begin to position the two organizations in a different way. The other example about the UPM and the MCF is a court-imposed financial recovery plan, given that the municipality was in a financial crisis. Now, the question that they had to face, to what extent does the implementation of this financial recovery plan bring the municipality back to financial health without necessarily being neoliberal, without being paid based on cost recovery measures? How do you impose a public goods logic on the implementation of the financial recovery plan? That requires sophistication, that requires capacity. And that's the kind of capacity that goes beyond us pontificating at imbizos or just bemoaning the state of municipalities. So for me, ultimately, if we're to be deliberate and directional about this, I think we need to organize ourselves in a more serious way, preparing for power without necessarily taking power.
That's very useful, and those are quite specific examples that you gave there. So as mentioned, I want to open up to everybody, not necessarily to pose questions to the speakers, but I'm inviting you to think about imagination as a site of struggle, with that in mind, what are your immediate reactions? Oh, there are so many hands. I have seen you all. I acknowledge you all. What are the immediate reactions? What are the immediate reactions that you have? What are immediate thoughts? And so on. I am going to start over here, and then you will pass to Fatima, and then we will turn there and over there at the back, no? Okay.
All right, so thank you very much. An interesting thought that imagination is a site of struggle. But allow me to start here. So, Sther, you rightly point to the design of our electoral system as one that intrinsically will deliver for us coalitions, just in the manner that it is designed. So that we're in a GNU moment is not by chance, right? The system was designed such that at some moment in time, it will deliver an impasse. And we resolved this current impasse through the GNU arrangement that we have. There is no telling what 5 years down the line the arrangement's going to look like. But what we do know is that when we get to that point, we will have another impasse. And so I think that's something to keep in mind. The knowledge that we're in a moment, and the moment's not going to pass. And we need to be proactive and strategic in how we think about the moment. And so obviously there is a school of thought that's saying perhaps maybe we need to think about reforming the electoral system itself, because in the way that it is designed to deliver the kinds of fragmentation that we have and leads us to the coalitions that we have, and we in a particular political culture. And so that's just, I just thought to
center that and recenter that so that when we think about where to forward, we are alive to the reality of the moment we're in and that the moment's not passing. And then the second thing to keep in mind is that the GNU, as we have it arranged at national, and it's translating in some instances at provincial level as well, it is not translating to local government. If you're seeing what's happening in Ngwane now, it's already telling you that local government is designated as the separate site of struggle by political parties, and obviously has to be a conscious site of struggle for our work and our organizing as well. And so when we think about the GNU and the moment, it's important, and I like that that's come true, that local government is not impacted by the arrangement and whatever principles hold it in place. And I thought the UPM, as I learned, the UPM example was an interesting one. Of course, we've had many others, RISE being one, was an important example to reflect upon. And I think going forward, we must reflect on the extent to which we have been able to innovate within those spaces, those political spaces that we occupy, right? And those political spaces that we have, through difficult circumstances, built enough muscle to navigate and slot ourselves in. But have we been able to innovate enough and to push the envelope and to do the kinds of things that the People's Engineering Platform and all manner of other innovative and interesting things that the regulatory framework, the current practice has not been able to deliver? And if we wanted to do that, what would that call of us?
Thanks. Fatima from the Health Justice Initiative. So one question and then one comment question. The first was, we didn't hear a lot yesterday and today about the IFP and its role in this new tripartite alliance. I call it patriarchal tripartite alliance pact, whatever you want to call it, right? But just from media reports, because this pact is not very accountable. There's no transparency. We are struggling to figure out how do you hold this new executive to account, and with it lawmakers. So Parliament and the executive for us are like no-go zones at the moment because it's just not transparent. So the role of the IFP and predictions for how it could occupy a greater role at a national level in policy making in the next few elections, and how do we deal with that? Unless, Mazibuko, you're including them in the conservative section where you mentioned MK, PAC, etc. Sorry, not PAC, the Gayton lot. And then the second part, which is sort of the question comment, is we are very concerned that there's a fourth partner to this pact, and that's business. And that's business unity. And I think we have to start being more vocal about that. It's an unaccountable, undemocratic partner in governing this country. It has excessive influence. It has a president on speed dial on almost every issue that business is concerned about. The president will, well, you've noticed in the last few months, we'll have a meeting with them, we'll issue a statement. We can't get that kind of access on national policy, but business can, including, I think you've mentioned, in the design of the spec of who they wanted as partners. So I think one of the issues that we're trying to figure out is, in the absence of an executive and parliament that can really exercise oversight and do proper governance, and this unduly powerful role that business it always has played, but I think now more so, it's almost like it's sitting in the presidency, right? Which I think is very dangerous. That's not the system that we're supposed to have. How do we then deal, and which departments are we going to focus on? Because even the departments are now split according to different parties, and some of those departments have a lot of influence and say over our work. So if, for example, it was easier when everybody was just ANC, you could go to the NEC, you could go to the different committees, make your case, and then hopefully they would send the direction down to different departments. But if you look at Treasury, Health, Education, Labor, Foreign Policy, and DTIC, and Home Affairs, there's already multiple ministers from multiple political parties. So we are not sure what's going on within those departments. It's almost like you have to lobby 3 different political parties if you want a particular policy change. And our concern is that really progressive policies that have been approved, that have been sitting on their desks, are now going to never see the day of light, because they had an ANC majority at some point, but the ANC just failed to either push them through parliament or, I don't know what they were waiting for. And now those will never see the light. Or whether it's on provincial allocations, or whether it's on NHI, or whether it's, the list is endless. And so do we need a different strategy for each different department, and then for each different municipality, and then for the executive, and then for parliament? Because I think from what you guys are saying, and from what we heard yesterday, it's almost impossible that we're ever going to have a majority party, or at least in our lifetime. And so we are now stuck with this pact model going forward, and that's going to complicate our work even further at a national level, provincial level, and local level. So it's just some stuff that we're thinking about, but yeah, obviously we don't have all the answers to.
Thank you. There's a few hands. I'm going to take one more, let them respond, and then you take that side. Is that good? Awesome.
Thank you. Mine will be a small input. I like the UPM example because it shows what can be achieved with sustained struggles. It links popular power and state power in a dynamic way, because UPM for like 10 years before the last election, they have been organizing on the ground in a sustained way, scoring victories on behalf of the community. And one of their biggest victories was when they litigated for the dissolution of the municipality, So I always say, as the left, our electoral victory is not going to happen before victories on the ground. Meaning, these issues are real. So we're not just going to pop up 6 months before elections and present a socialistic manifesto and say we're corrupt. Instead, we're expelled from the ANC like Jara because we attacked Zuma, so vote for us. No, people are not going to take that. So the UPM example does that for me in a good way. It's a concrete example, And I always contrast it in my discussion with Jara with map 16 in Kwakwa, Maluti Apofung. It's not even covered in the media. Actually, before MK, that's where the ANC had its biggest electoral loss. In one, sometimes just the second Nazareth, 16 councillors were expelled. So that's why they call themselves map 16, Maluti Apofung 16. When they were expelled from the ANC, they were expelled because they were fighting against a corrupt mayor, and then they were expelled. And then an election had to be called. When an election was called, the ANC lost 15 wards. That has never happened. Not PR, wards. Lost 15 wards, and MAP gained 3 extra PR seats as well, 18 seats. So that was the biggest loss before MK at a go. And in the 2021 elections, MAP 16 got 20 votes, 20 seats, including PR. I think they are what seats reduced from 15 to 13, but their PR increased to 20. And their 20, ANC is 28. So they are almost equal. But the problem with MAP 16, if you contrast it with UPM, is that they don't have a tradition of sustained struggles with the community. Although they claim to be a civic movement, actually they are disgruntled ANC comrades, kicked out. And they don't even attempt to define their civic movement demands, to say, as a civic movement, these are the issues that we want the council to address. Raining or not, we are fighting for these issues. They don't have that. And so they were in power since they won, and until recently, maybe last year. But they were ousted again. The ANC was able to convince other parties in the council to oust them. So the mayor is no longer the MAP 16 person. It's back to being an ANC person. So generally, even though these comrades claim to be a civic movement, they don't have that duality of a civic movement and a political party at a local level. They are more a political party, more like EFF or MK. That is a breakaway of the ANC. So what this shows to me is that we need to mobilize beyond the ANC. The space is there. And we need that imagination. And that imagination can only come when we struggle around certain demands of the community and build the capacity to address those demands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are all wonderful reactions. I am turning over there because Fatima had a really specific question, and then Kia, you'll take it away on that side. Please, go for it.
Okay, thanks for that. In answer to your question on how to hold the executive accountable and parliament accountable, and I think that this is where civil society has been caught off guard around this new, what do you say, we're in a moment and the moment's not going to pass. Because the previous way of being able, when I speak to business people, they tell me, oh, I'm so happy. I don't have to care what's happening in the ANC NEC. Spoke to one in June and they were like, I hear there was an NEC meeting this weekend. And I didn't have to care. Because for business, the worst thing has been having to deal with the ANC with government through the ANC as a party because those people are deployed. They are the happiest right now that they don't have to deal with democratic interests in any political party. Civil society needs to learn how to do that. So in terms of how to engage with the executive, I'm going to tell you kind of what I think around practically for now, but something I think a conversation or something that civil society needs to make noise on. So the first thing is that cabinet, we've got a large executive, if you look at cabinet ministers and deputy ministers. But cabinet itself is the 32 ministers. Well, it's 32 ministries and then the president, deputy president. Cabinet is where power is. So in all of those ministries that have the mixed masala of DMs and whatever, whoever holds the cabinet, who's the minister there, is where executive power lies. And a lot of decisions are being made at cabinet level that are then being translated down to the different deputy ministers, and then deputy ministers, depending on their relationship with the minister that they have, are being given parts of responsibility for different things. But the power in this current arrangement is with cabinet. And the presidency is we have the most powerful presidency we have ever had in democratic South Africa. Arguably, it's one of the most powerful presidencies we've had since 1910, since the Union. Because in the presidency is the coordination of cabinet, of Operation Vulindlela, Department of Public Enterprises, State Intelligence, are all being run out of the presidency. One of the compromises of the GNU is that the DA's long-standing call for there to be a portfolio committee on the presidency in Parliament has fallen away. So there's no portfolio committee in Parliament to oversee the presidency as an entire institution. So cabinet and the presidency are the two places where power lies. And in the presidency, the officials, Rudy Dix is the third most powerful man in the country right now. Sis Phindile, who's the DG and is the cabinet secretary. Civil society needs to identify who are the administrators in the presidency that coordinate the work of this coalition. And then civil society needs to identify who are the ministers in each of the roles that you've seen. Who works for those ministers? Who are the chiefs of staff? Who are the spokespeople? Who are the secretaries? And then go lobby those people. Find them, know them, and it goes against the kind of our instinct for collective and democratic, consultation. It's going to be meetings in dark rooms. I mean, hopefully not too dark and not smoky. But get to know who those people are, so that you've got a line to those decision makers. So that's the first thing around engaging the executive. The second thing is that I think that we can still use Parliament. I think that there's actually an opportunity now to use Parliament far more than it's been used in the last 10, 15 years as a site of accountability. But that means speaking to people and building relationships with people that we may not, that may not be considered friends or people that, so we need to develop a good relationship with John Hlophe and Brian Molithe, and because those people who are in key portfolio committees are very important. Hlophe sits as the leader of the opposition in Parliament, sits in the scheduling committee, and all sorts of administrative things in Parliament that can either work for civil society or against it. And those people have statutory power. So there's very little decision-making, or there's very little engagement in terms of decision-making and policy-making that can be done without engaging those individuals.
Thank you. That is very, very sound, Stay. Thank you.
I hope you don't cut me. So to add to what Tay has said, I think a lot of this will also depend on building power outside. There's no way that Nechitenze forced Mbeki to accept the National Strategic Plan on HIV without the mass power that the TAC had built across society. That's critical. So the other aspect of this was that we had answers as the TAC. We didn't just go there to make a critique, but we actually had the National Strategic Plan from below, from hundreds of community meetings. So that's another aspect which I think is critical. Learning from Indonesia and India, what shack dwellers in those countries have done is to play the parties against each other in powerful ways, particularly at electoral times when they were not able to put up independent candidates. I think there's something that's going to be useful in us learning how to do that. I want to move to a further point you made, Fatima, about business, a conceptual ideological point. So in Sotho and Nguni languages, the word busa means to rule or rule. The acronym for the business leadership in this country is BUSA, Business Unity South Africa. And I think, for me, that's quite interesting. It speaks to the Marxist notion of the ruling class. It's not a mistake that they are in the position you are describing. I think it's just it's them actioning out their ruling class role, which then the political elite implements. Then finally, I'm sure you don't have hopes in the IFP, but it's still a crucial question that you're raising, Fatima. Look, the IFP has got limits, like the UDM. These are the two parties that never grow out of their regional base. For the longest time, they've always been regional. I don't think this is going to change. Look at Koktam. It's governed, it's led by an IFP minister and two deputy ministers who are both traditional leaders. Now, the IFP, for me, doesn't represent a space that can advance democracy without being engaged consistently. Comrades have been fighting Mama Emily, the Traditional Courts Bill, the Traditional Leadership and Khoisan Act, the Communal Land Rights Bill, and so on, against an ANC ministry in Kokta and Land Affairs that actually was advancing anti-democratic measures that empower the chiefs. My fear is that the IFP is going to entrench that agenda. But I think at the same time, how do we challenge that with power, but also with using the constitution in smart ways? So I think ultimately that's the kind of agenda which we have to develop. Thank you.
So to wrap it up, I know Kia has a hand over there.
I have two.
Two hands,
yes, I'm
and then
being soft today. Thanks, Kom. You know, when you look at the GNU, it's just going to reinforce privatization also, because it's going to benefit business. And you know, when you look at Cape Town, the way things is happening, when you look at the DA, it's all about protecting. And we can see also the way they're operating in these occupations and houses and land that has been sold. It's just a way of, you know, there's no really consultation with communities, because when they do even these bylaws, it's about doing it a specific time during the end of the year when everybody's on holiday, and you know, they want to push these things through because there's no participation from communities. And we've seen that on numerous occasions, unless we make a noise, and then they will now, but we know it's not really going to happen because they have a certain agenda that they are pushing. And when you look at civil society, and I think we spoke a lot about how we can mobilize and organize with communities, I think also there's an element of the middle class when you have the ones who's working, you know, civil servants, that is the teachers, the nurses, and all those things. You know, it's also a behavior where they don't really want to be with us on the trenches because they're in a position more superior than us. And I think that is also where we are divided, because it's about them and us. And then also, you know, by this tendering that is happening within our government, I think, you know, there's no transparency on that. It's also there where this corruption is happening, and we can see how a certain group are benefiting from this. And the other thing that I want to say also, you know, the comrade has spoken about elections is coming up 2026. How can we mobilize and use? You know, we have comrades that got the capacity to fill those positions in those municipalities. But it's also for us to have also those agreements and policies in place to recall them if they don't do what they're supposed to, because people are in those positions and these political parties are using our communities because it's the politics of the stomach. When there's nothing to eat at home, we go with these ones because I'm going to get a food parcel, I'm going to get something. So we need to have that in place also when we say, this one is going there. They need to be recalled if they don't do what we are saying. So that should be the order of the day also.
Thank you, Comrade Kashifa. Last.
Thank you, comrades, for very insightful comments. I do, though, just want to disagree with Comrade Sithebele on one important issue, which is about this electoral system. So my hot take, comrades, is actually that proportional representation is our best friend. And it is our best friend not because it's perfect, but because despite its defects, it's still much better than what the alternatives are. And the alternative really is just one kind of system. It's a constituency-based or a first-past-the-post system. So why do I say this, comrades? I say it because I think the historical record is incontrovertible on this. We can cherry-pick examples here and there. We can say South Africa's like Israel, etc. But when we actually go and we do a big comparison between countries that have a constituency system and countries that have a proportional system, and there's very good social scientific work on this, comrades, it tells us one extremely clear lesson. The left loses when you have constituency systems, always and everywhere. Left-wing parties are far less likely to come into power when you have that kind of system. You are far less likely to pass transformative forms of legislation, especially the kind of big picture changes that we are talking about in this room when you have this system. So why is that? There's a number of reasons. Let me mention a few key ones. One is that the way constituencies get created invariably disadvantages the left. They almost always end up overweighting rural constituencies relative to urban ones, and that means the left loses out. In this country, it's going to mean the ANC gains a lot. The way these constituencies get created is a political process that invariably allows influence by existing incumbent powerful actors. So the ANC and other parties are going to have a big say in how these borders get drawn up, and it's going to advantage them once more. Secondly, it tends to incentivize parties always to appeal towards the center. So it's true you cannot get anywhere by appealing to kind of niche, crazy extremist constituencies, so you don't get the same kind of fragmentation that's our problem, but you get a much worse problem, which is that you get a lock-in to a very centrist system, and it invariably tends towards a situation where you basically get two parties, two centrist parties, one that's slightly left, one that's slightly right, but both that are serving the interests of capital, right? And the archetypal example of this is the US, right? And in fact, this gets at the real danger here, is that if we introduce a constituency-based system now, its effect is going to be to lock in the existing party system, right? And so we're going to get this disastrous configuration that we currently have, which is this kind of right-wingish ANC, a neoliberal DA party, and then these crooks in the RET faction, right? And that, comrades, is the biggest. Are you cutting me off, comrade? Okay. Give me 20 seconds to finish here. That's the biggest disaster, comrades, because, okay, I don't have time to elaborate the point, but the real critical question that we have to put on the agenda for this meeting is how we transform the party system and how we put a mass-based left-wing party onto the map. Because we can talk all we want about power outside, democracy outside, but unless it's matched with some kind of democracy inside the system, it's not going to get us anywhere.
So that input super excites me. And even though you feel like you were cut off, good news is that this afternoon and tomorrow, there's actually time dedicated to that discussion. Thank you so much. So we have come to an end. I want to thank the organizers for indulging us with extra time. And then also, please express your gratitude to the speakers and yourselves for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Koketso. My goodness, only you can hold down a space. Comrade Minaj, do you want to share some things, or should I go with housekeeping?
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping. Comrades, if I can please get your attention. since I know many comrades in the room, I will call you by name. Comrade Mazibuko, Comrade Tapen, I'm asking for attention. You don't have to see me. If you just pause, you'll hear me. Right, housekeeping. Comrades, we're going to take a break now, just a quick tea break, and then we'll come back. But then, just to mention also, there's lavatories almost everywhere else in the space. There's a hand that's up. Okay. So there's lavatories almost around the space. Just to give apologies, comrades, just like you, we are also visitors at Con Hill. So if there's any problems in relation to the facilities at Con Hill, please let us know, but please be patient. We're also renting the venue. So just take note of that. And in relation to teas, we have a beautiful, nice cake to celebrate our most valid or most valuable comrade. Over to you, Comrade Minash.
Break is 15 minutes. We have to be here after 15 minutes because we have two guests joining virtually, and I don't want them to stay awkwardly at their laptops. And then we'll do the session with international speakers. We'll touch on some of the things that we spoke about here, and then we'll have the session on the tools for democracy after that. 15 minutes, comrades. Let's try and be here.
That reality that's always covering glossy magazines, the reality created by varsities of CNN, BBC, SABC, and DSTV's pop videos, and by all of those who control the flow of info. As IMF, World Bank, and WTO continue to control the cash flow, my reality is continuously and forcibly confronting poverty. My reality is hardly ever seen at cocktail parties. You see, my reality hardly ever meets with wine, sausages, and cheese. The music that my reality dances to is created by grooves of gunshots. Bullet wounds decorate walls of my reality. Blood dripping, bullet wounds decorate walls of my reality. Angry faces of frustration are always greet in every street. Frozen tears I cry. Children with hungry faces I see. No tears in their eyes. All I see is frozen blood stains as alcoholism, criminalism, and prostitution creates pathways for those that seek to escape from this reality's cage. You see, my reality can hardly afford to pay electricity because she lives in the dark far away from any known economic activity. Now, if you've ever seen my reality before, it probably means you and me must be related, and that your reality is my reality. Only then can we talk about changing it. And that's my reality, not some bullshit talk about revolution.
Okay, thank you, comrade. We'll go straight into the next session. Is the Zoom on? Well, I'll welcome William, who will introduce the two guests. William spoke yesterday, so he was introduced.
Amandla comrades. So we're now going to have a panel on democracy from below, a global perspective. As someone said during the movement caucus yesterday, what we should always try to aspire to is to think globally, but act locally. And what we want to appreciate at this conference is the sense in which the experiences of South Africa are not exceptional. We are like numerous post-colonial countries across the world facing similar challenges, facing similar crises in democracy, in the decay of the social fabric, in the onslaught of neoliberalism. And so we want to learn from other countries whose social, economic, and political conditions are similar to ours, not exactly the same in every respect, and not exactly the same in relation to each other. And we are especially interested in seeing how we can learn from the experiences of movement building and organizing that people in other countries have to offer. So the people we're going to hear from today have a diverse set of experience and expertise on countries such as India, Brazil, Mexico, and Venezuela. In Mexico, Brazil, and Venezuela, for example, the organized left is a national power, although the government in Mexico, in Brazil, and in Venezuela look very different, and we're going to hear a bit about those differences. In a place like India, authoritarian, neoliberal, right-wing nationalism is in power, in national power. In some parts of the country, the left is in power. So we want to gain an understanding of what it's like to operate in those conditions. How do you build power successfully? Once you've achieved power, what are the challenges of retaining that power, of ensuring that that power doesn't corrupt, that it retains a democratic, lively, and popular energy with strong rootedness in people's movements and people's power on the ground? We also want to learn what happens if you are in the opposite circumstances. If you're faced with a sea of right-wing politics, how do you operate as a left in those conditions? As we've heard from previous contributions to this conference, it does feel as if South Africa is at a crossroads, and it's unclear what our future might be, whether it'll trend left, whether it'll trend right. That decision, or that outcome, in many ways is going to be shaped by the kind of counterpower that everyone in this room is involved in building, by the kind of strategies we develop for building power sustainably and building power widely within our communities. So I'm very excited to be speaking to Gabriel Tupinambá from Brazil, Sushovan Dhar from India, and later Mahar, who'll speak to Mexico and Venezuela, will join us. I'm going to ask Gabriel if he can come up. In the meantime, I'll read his bio so you can understand who he is. Each speaker is going to have 10 minutes to present, just to give us a lay of the land, account for their experience, help us understand the conditions in which they're working from, after which I will engage in conversation with each speaker, and then I'll invite the audience to give some reactions. So, Gabriel, it's good to see you. To tell you who Gabriel is, Gabriel Tupinambá is a philosopher and practicing psychoanalyst from Rio de Janeiro. He is the head of social strategy at the Alameda Institute. He's also a member of the Autonomous Research Collective subset of theoretical practice. His main intellectual and political interests today revolve around developing new tools for political organizing and for navigating the intricacies of political struggle in our fractured world. So Gabriel, we're very excited to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me okay? Is that okay? So, first of all, I wanted to thank you very much for this invitation, Minhaj as well. I'm really happy to be here. I thought of using these 10 minutes to a brief reflection, I think, on something we could say, we could call it the danger of focusing on an ideal regardless of changes in the social terrain. And why do I think that that concern is important and why there might be something for us to discuss and learn from that concern? It's because even though the fight for democracy in Brazil has been absolutely a crucial political beacon for progressive forces, from where I'm standing and my political experience with popular movements in Brazil, I think that there is a phenomena to take into consideration, which is the increasing transformation of democracy, sometimes into a sign of, into a measure or a signal of the degree of disconnection between the same progressive forces that fight for democracy and large parts of the population, and their own political aspirations and their own political language, perhaps more than, you know, differences in political orientation per se. In other words, sometimes democracy, when used with the aim of continuing the building of popular power, starts producing strange collateral effects of alienation, lack of motivation for political engagement, signaling the different class character of these political actors who are fighting for democracy. So something has changed in the social terrain in Brazil, which makes such a crucial slogan, a political direction for us, suddenly acquire slightly different meaning depending on where you are. And that has effects if you're trying to build large coalitions of leftist progressive forces. So what does that mean? How does that come about? And what can we do in those conditions, right? Democracy in Brazil, I mean, we returned to democracy, right, after a dictatorship in 1985. And it's itself, at least retrospectively, we can say, very ambivalent victory. It's definitely a win for the progressive forces, but it's also something that takes place at a moment that is very propitious for Brazilian capitalism to open up and to acquire more democratic forms, which means that there is a tension in the idea of democracy in Brazil, at least since '85, but actually from before, if we, again, use this retrospective point of view, between representing a progressive emblem that marks a cut in our history, right? So there is something that is going on until 64, there is a cut. There is a dictatorship, there's a new cut, and again, we have a new cycle, new democratic cycle. Or democracy as a component in the project of modern nation building, so to speak, meaning democracy is a feature that a certain type of society centered on work, centered on rights, centered on the market economy needs to have in order to properly integrate itself into a world economy and so on. And in that sense, democracy marks a continuation in Brazil. It's useful until 64, the necessities of industrialization, further formation of a workforce, international competition and so on, make dictatorship more acceptable, more opportune, so to speak. And then democracy, when it becomes again a better approach to the same project, then we have democracy instituted. So it's both a cut from a political standpoint, but it can also be seen as a component in a continuous project of nation building in the periphery of global capitalism. And this tension can be felt at once with the gains and losses of the democratic process for everyone in Brazil, for progressive forces especially, right? You organize popular power, you organize a progressive front, you might win elections, but this still means that you're constrained by the institutional moment. But it can also mean a more insidious, more complex type of conflict, not so much between, progressive advancement versus the current restrictions, but also sort of uneven distribution of this democratic principle. And one might say that when you take this perspective of the continuation between dictatorship and democracy in Brazil versus this more cut, more kind of disruptive or discrete distinction between dictatorships and democracies, it's clearer that the whole national project in Brazil was very much built on leaving large parts of the population out. So it's a national project built on creating a formal labor force that would be able to kind of introject a certain national spirit that also would create our type of citizenship, which would also create a certain type of labor power, but that in a country deeply marked and shaped by slavery is not something that you build on the vacuum. You build on top of still existing colonial and slave relations. So it actually means a segregation of a part of the population that won't be integrated into that project, and the creation of a nation inside of a larger territory, so to speak. So the tension between those left out of democracy, and you can see this very clearly the moment you enter a favela in Brazil, where the sovereign powers are not the state, but might be the militias, might be the drug dealers, and automatically what time you can live to walk around, what color of clothes you can wear, how the law and which law is applied is totally different. It would be very fair to say that there is absolutely no democracy in favelas in Brazil. So what does this mean? It means that as these conditions expanded in this post-dictatorship world, the value of democracy also changed, because favelas in Brazil are very much a laboratory for police practices, for market practices, for communitarian practices that have become more and more generalized in Brazilian society. More and more people need to learn how to behave, how to adapt, how to tolerate a series of mechanisms that were first applied to the life in the slums, which means that this type of tension between democratic life and an authoritarian life that is not without this mixture of sort of an anarchic but authoritarian life, it's actually being more and more common. More and more people need to live inside that regime, which means that when we have a debate today between progressive and reactionary forces on TV, when we have a debate between more left-wing and right-wing candidates in elections, what slowly becomes a strange effect is that often the progressive forces sound conservative, as if we're defending democratic institutions from a tide that is corrupting, destroying them. And therefore, we look very protective of something that shouldn't be destroyed, but at the same time, it's kind of widely acknowledged to never have applied to everyone. So you're not really defending something that is valid for everyone. Whereas reactionaries appear not necessarily progressive, of course, but they do appear realistic in the sense that they already behave in these institutional platforms as if there is no democracy to be defended, as if the very democratic game of the debate is itself faulty. And even though the content of their words might mean absolutely terrible things for people, often the very form of their presentation, the fact that they pay the price for saying in between the lines that the democratic game is faulty, and that ringing a true sign for people, that often gives them a lot of adherence. And so there is this new situation where the democracy can, depending on how it's defended and how it's presented, it can both sound like the sign of even with progressive ideals and progressive desires concerning democracy, it can actually ring a bell for and I can see this clearly in the political movements I'm part of. It can often create a signal that you're coming from another time or coming from another place, and you're defending something that sounds slightly removed from reality. Whereas the gimmicks and the absurdness sometimes of right-wing candidates hits the spot, let's say, for the people, at least in the sense that they pay the price in those situations for letting go of this idea. So what does it mean to build popular democratic power under those conditions? I don't think that this is something we should abandon at all, of course, but it does mean sometimes, perhaps, at least in these conditions, under these circumstances, finding ways to include democracy as a means to something rather than an end in itself. democracy as an institution is often defined as being an end. Democratic institutions, we want to defend democracy, rather than placing democracy as the best means to achieve another end. And often the terms that I hear in the movements that I'm part of that really make a difference and then carry forward this interest of democracy as a means is democracy as a means to justice, with concern to political violence, economic violence. Democracy as a means to autonomy, which is a very important but very ambivalent word today amongst courier workers, delivery app workers, people in the gig economy. These are words that really catch their idea about why democracy might be good. And sovereignty, which is something in land movements is becoming a much more important word than democracy, at least as an end. Democracy so that we can have our own sovereignty. And just to conclude, I know I'm being a bit too long, I think that the risk or the challenge there is that when you chase democracy in this way as a means and looking for the language of popular movements that can define these other ends, where democracy is a good means to those ends, is that to say democracy as a popular principle in this sense, we need to be able to be willing to pursue democracy, even if it does not represent that we are harmonizing or that we're building it towards a more harmonious look into a nation state. Meaning, even if that might be our goal, depending on the political forces we're talking about, popular democracy today, I feel, is disaligned or potentially misaligned with national interests. It sometimes means allowing the people to dream of a nation inside of a nation, a community with more sovereignty than a country, and these sort of strange schemes, regardless of whether we agree with that or not, it's just something we need to be able sometimes to have a dialogue with those ideas. So yeah, I know I've gone a bit overboard, but I hope this brief speculation is useful, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. That was extremely insightful. I think what makes the most sense to do now is, if I may, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions to maybe draw out certain reflections. And then I think maybe before Sushovan comes on, while it's still foremost in people's minds, after we have a brief exchange, I'll invite some reactions from the audience, if that makes sense. So Gabriel, thank you for that. I mean, I think it's striking to see and hear the parallels between Brazil and South Africa in terms of your description of, on the one hand, you have democracy as this ideal and concept, but you have this reality where it doesn't have universal application, at least not in Brazil. It doesn't really have any, it feels remote and removed from people's realities. You have society where the state has not been able to establish its hegemony over the entire territory, and you have effectively parallel societies, this one formal insider society on the one hand, and this informal outsider society on the other hand, if we can use that kind of crude division. And I think appreciating that, it's very useful to think about democracy not as an end in and of itself, but as a means to an end. The question I want to ask you then, by way of kickstarting our conversation, is Brazil is an interesting country to think about because it's one place in the world where, for all intents and purposes, the left is in power. You know, Lula da Silva and the Workers' Party defeated Jair Bolsonaro in elections last year. And so, for all intents and purposes, the organized left has representation in government. So I want to ask a question then, you know, has that made any difference? What exactly is the relationship between the left government and power and popular movements outside of that? Is it a complementary relationship? Is it antagonistic and adversarial? And thinking about democracy as a means to an end, towards the ends of justice and autonomy and sovereignty, as you said, how are people thinking about that? Is the road to those things envisioned through the state? Is it envisioned outside of the state? Is it envisioned in some combination of the two? I think some sense of that would be helpful.
Okay, so yeah, I think that there is. I'll try to answer this in two parts. Just one general framing, at least for how I would answer this. You know, this phenomenon that I tried to describe very briefly, the way that we study it, at least amongst the collectives that I'm part of, is through the idea of peripherization. That's the way we call this process of hybridization of modern societies, where features that are very specific of what we would call underdeveloped societies, underdeveloped countries, and so on, are actually becoming signs of where advanced capitalism is going towards, meaning things that looked like monstrous kind of patchwork situations where, for example, as I was talking about, colonial relations are very much kind of constraining or shaping the way liberal democracies developed and liberal capitalism developed. These mixes become actually particularly interesting for modern capitalism to develop itself. So they tend to spread out, right? One of the consequences of this, which I think is very important, if this thesis is correct, is that the way that it fragments the social terrain, the way that capitalism less and less requires to build a kind of homogeneous public space, a homogeneous social space where people go through similar experiences in order to live their work lives, to live their lives as citizens, and so on. One effect that this has is the way that it also fragments the left. But note that thinking about this in these terms, that the fragmentation of the left is the effect of the generalization, the spreading of a hybrid type of social scenario, means that fragmentation is not an ideological problem because we're all closed in little boxes. Because if you have very different experiences in a political social terrain, you probably build very different leftist organizations, because things simply don't look the same from everywhere. It's not true. It's not correct to say that, you know, perhaps a more middle class, or at least working class, but more formal working class based organization might be interested in defending democracy more directly through the state, whereas the black movement from favelas, where the state has a very different expression there, might be it might make much more sense to build autonomous power where you can stand on your own and survive regardless of the presence of the state. So you get these different strategies that don't necessarily agree with each other. And that's not due to lack of kind of coherence at the political strategic level. It's due to the lack of coherence at the actual reality that they're building on top of. So when we ask is it adversarial or complementary, the way the left exists in power today, I would say that the way that I see the issue is that it is complementary, but complementary to specific other sectors. So there is a very bittersweet, a very strange situation to have a party that was built in a moment and under a direction like the Workers' Party, which was very much, let's say, to spearhead the development and organization of the working class for this modern nation-building process post-dictatorship. It's very much a party that has a facility to build or institutions, to foment institutions, foster them, if they are, let's say, included, right? What you call the formal inside. It has a very ambiguous, very complex relation with the way that it can complement and kind of create synergies with a left that is built from this informal outside, as you call it. So that creates a strange tension, because it would be absolutely naive to say that it doesn't make a difference to have the left in power, right? Evidently, it makes a difference. But it's hard to think what it means to have a left in power under these peripherization conditions, meaning that's no longer the same as saying the stakes now are different for everyone. It just means that a certain set of the society, a certain set of forces will have a powerful ally or will be under this umbrella. But you can feel the bittersweetness in that, because what does it mean to be outside of that umbrella and look at it, and it's a leftist umbrella? That produces a series of collateral effects almost automatically. So, for example, in the biggest state in Brazil, the blackest state in Brazil, Bahia, we have a Workers' Party government, and it has never killed as many black people. The police has never killed as many as it kills now. So what do black movements think of the Workers' Party right now? It's killing more people, allowing the police to kill more people than during the Bolsonaro government. So it creates this strange situation where the guarantee of institutional power, institution no longer means the same as, it's not only, it doesn't mean a universal in an ideal sense. I don't think anyone had that assumption, but it doesn't even mean universal in the potential sense. And in that sense, some people are left outside of that umbrella and have a different relationship, might be more adversarial or more indifferent, in a way that new tasks are on the table if for a strong kind of leftist power to deal with, perhaps in a way that's different from before. So it was a long answer, but I think that the short one is, yes, it makes a difference, but it also makes new differences that are perhaps more bittersweet and need to be tackled in ways that are different than before. It's not, it represents both, leftist power, but also it further confirms the sense of impotence of the left to some extent in ways that I think are new as well.
Sure. So, Gabriel, I'll be honest, I find that pretty unsettling because I think, the sort of praxis of the left, at least for us here in this room, is the thought that in building left power or in building popular power, popular forces and movements must unite, right? We've kind of heard this over the last couple of days. We're all fragmented. Part of that fragmentation is the way the terrain has changed, the landscape has changed. It's demobilized us, it's splintered us, it's left us working in silos. But if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that we are in a new phase of, I don't know if you call it modernity or post-modernity, in which the chief dynamic that's shaping the social terrain is this process of peripheralization that you're talking about, where it's not the case that everyone has enough of a similar lived experience that you can then use that as a basis to build a common political platform or program. We don't know what the moment requires is effectively what you're saying. So if that's the case, then I'm also wondering, to your point about democracy being a means to an end, whether that end is justice, whether that end is sovereignty, or whether that end is autonomy, does it also affect how we conceptualize those ends as well? Does the definition of justice, sovereignty, autonomy depend kind of movements to movement, popular force to popular force? And how then is solidarity possible if the basis for common reference points is starting to erode?
Yeah, I know this sounds like pessimistic or something like this, but I don't think that's the case, because my impression is that the thing that changed in me the most and gave me some optimistic sense is that I used to think that if you want to unite, you need to find a common ground, meaning there must be something before politics that is common, and then you build on that. Because if there's something that is common prior to politics, and we touch that aspect, that means we will be contagious. We will touch on something that is broad and will reach many people. But I feel like we can also approach this inverse route, which is the politics is the thing that ends up building common bridges. You can include as part of a political strategy for such conditions the fact that the political experience sometimes is often the only thing that these social groups have in common. You build the common, not necessarily you build on top of the common. I can tell you like the connection between indigenous movements and the Black movement in Brazil, for example, or socialist forces. There's very little in common between the indigenous movement and like the Machacali people and land movements like MST and so on. But once you find a common struggle in a specific moment, you build the political struggle around that, that common point creates new bridges between them. So I feel like there is a good news in the sense that it gives a social, even psychological value to politics that I think it's very refreshing, which is not so much to have politics as the dividing force that comes to try to hone the common that is already there, the common reference, but also politics as the thing that can be the common thing. When you struggle together, when you organize together, I think it changes the meaning, what it means to organize, to have solidarity with others. Because you can build this minimal sense of sameness within the political process. And I think that has a lot of impact, and that has a lot of adherence. So I don't think it means we're siloed necessarily. I just think that the political process itself needs to include within its concerns the building and the fostering and the caring for these common experiences, common references that you slowly build together. And I do think that one of the problems of the Workers' Party can be seen in this way. It still trusts very much that that common ground of a society of work based on this kind of triad of citizenship, labor, and a certain sense of community, national community, and so on, that this society is the common reference point. So it doesn't try to produce new common references with this large ecology of political movements in Brazil. It often feels like there's an arrogance that we can allow ourselves not to spend political capital with this type of giving and taking with other political forces, because ultimately we have the pulse, our finger in the pulse of this common underlying ground. And then there is a shock after shock, surprise after surprise, when that common reference doesn't respond the way that we want to elections, and elections are becoming more and more, tight, the results, and we might win the presidency but lose all the legislative and things like this. So my impression that there is a slight shift in connection between the problem of common references and the problem of political power building, that you are seen as powerful as much as you can build a common reference. There's a connection between those two things, I think. And that cuts across institutional, more state-centered political action and political building and autonomous, self-organizing, community organizing. I think that's a common ground for both, a common challenge for both kind of directions. And I've seen them interact in positive ways as well. So not all is lost, but perhaps there is a slight change of approach that makes the path more interesting, and sound less like we're isolated in these islands that won't communicate. But often there is a bit of an anxiety of how do you build solidarity, how do you build larger organizational hubs, or however you want to call them, when you can't tell beforehand what is the common reference, or if that common reference has the similar use for all the parties or all the actors that are engaging in that exchange, right? There is a type of plasticity that I think it's needed today more than ever in progressive political fronts.
Thanks, Gabriel. I'm going to now use this opportunity very briefly to invite reactions, questions, comments from members of the audience. I think maybe we can do that for 10 minutes, and then it would be good to turn to Sushovan. So if anyone has any thoughts, questions that they'd like to pitch to Gabriel.
Thanks, Gabriel. I didn't follow all of it. I'm not an academic, so sometimes some of the concepts went past me. But something it did make me think about, also in relation to the last session, this kind of buying into the democratic and what you call this kind of modernist peripheralization of how societies enact. I had a question as to whether it is a modern phenomena or whether it's something that's kind of a continuation from the colonial era of how society is structured. So a thing from last session where Comrade was talking about the GNU, I kept thinking, you know, from what everyone said, there's a kind of continuation of the kind of elite pact. And I just thought, you know what, the GNU is not something that's, I feel like South Africa is a GNU. And it might have always been a GNU from conception. And from the time of the VAR, the Dutch East India Company, there's been a business of using the land to extract black people as the kind of labor to extract it. And it sounds like Brazil from the colonial era, something that is, these nation states were kind of constructed to facilitate this kind of relationship, this colonial relationship with powers, elites, and sometimes local. And so I always think that, you know, in trying to build this democracy, is it not built on the foundation of an idea of South Africa or Brazil, which is actually something that is entirely not for people. It's something that is supposed to be extracting and peripheralizing and finding ways to extract and kind of make money in that kind of way. So I wonder, even if we do have a leftist government or we have better policies, will that get rid of Kailisha? Will that actually be a situation where the relationships that are founding this state, will that be able to be creating this new social relations that you're talking about, this new politics? Or will it just be about kind of making this contradiction of this country a bit more habitable and less disastrous? We're not actually dealing with the real kind of reason d'etre, the reason of existence of what these states are about. And I do find hope in what you're saying about, you know, maybe this justice, this place we're trying to get towards, is about building these new social relations, these new kind of ways of engaging and building a new politics. I mean, I think it's Biko says the new face. But are we actually engaging in the new face? Are we thinking about this new face of what we want the society to be, or are we just trying to kind of trying to make something that's inherently broken into something that's a bit more livable? And I struggle with that quite a bit, but I thank you for this example as well.
Any other questions? And then maybe Gabriel can take them at once.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just very interested to hear your take on, I think Brazil has some of the most exciting sort of examples of fairly early on participatory democracy initiatives and spaces. You know, Porto Alegre being one of those, and I'm curious to hear from you what the context is in 2024, both in a context of those sort of beautiful examples, but also seeing the dissipation or the change, and then also understanding, you know, a context of highly militarized and heavily violent spaces, the favelas and so on. Like, what is that actually looking like, given all the amazing examples that have in the past come from Brazil? I'm just wanting to get a litmus test of what's happening now.
Any others? Maybe we can take one more, if there are any. Back here.
For me, it's not a question, it's a comment.
I'm happy that Comrade Gabriel also mentioned that if you... It's not working? Okay. I'm happy that Comrade Gabriel mentioned that if we want to build democracy from below, we need to unite our struggles. I remember that yesterday we were given some work where we need to have strategies on how to build our struggles and to trying to find a common goal. Because we know that we have, others are fighting for land, others got houses, we don't have houses, so others don't have water, others are fighting for HIV, but we need each other. We all don't want the rate of HIV to be high. We all don't want the rate of unemployment to be high. So why don't we unite all these struggles to build our democracy from below? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabriel, I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the questions. I apologize also a bit for the overly academic language. Sometimes it's an unfortunate habit, especially because good ideas can be spoken, in plain terms always. The first question, I think it's the two first questions, they are very much connected to me. The discussion between, well, can the building of this new democratic vision mean more than just making something broken, build on a broken land, just make it a bit more livable, right? And I think that connects a lot with the issue of what happened to a lot of the truly shining examples of participatory democracy, solidarity economy that we have in Brazil and have had in Brazil, especially connected to the Workers' Party coming to the scene, right? And how did this change and what's happening now? So those two things I think are very much connected. And I think that we can start from the second question and it will help us answer the first. And it will also say something about the problems of uniting our struggles, because there is definitely a moment between the end of the 1980s and the 2000s, with the first Lula victory for presidency, that we saw, especially when the Workers' Party started winning, the mayor for São Paulo was from Mbete, and other really interesting experiences from the Workers' Party. You started seeing the implementation of a lot of participatory budgets, larger spaces for people to actually have legitimate democratic participation in decisions concerning public health, public schooling, and that actually spread out in many ways. You had those experiences, though I think it's very relevant to say that the high day of that was when we had slightly more local power in the hands of the Workers' Party. They were still in a very interesting moment of being national opposition, but gaining power at more regional level. And you saw the force of those mechanisms being implemented the most. And evidently, with Lula's presidency, we had a lot of great gains for Brazilian democracy in every sense, including greater access to university, just a greater expansion of our social security infrastructure, and so on. But it's very curious to see what happened with those kind of democratic apparatuses at both regional, local, and national scale, with the sort of setting of this new moment in our socioeconomic history. Because what most people complain today is that they exist just for show, meaning these apparatuses, these mediative tools from the state, for example, they become void. They are no longer capable of actually influencing anything, but they exist mostly for the sake of saying that the Workers' Party is different from other parties, but things are much harder to implement. And when push comes to shove, the Workers' Party prefers to invest in two things. One is the Bolsa Família, the project for let's say incrementing the capacity of consumption of low-income families, which is a very complex mechanism to discuss, but definitely suggests a democratic strategy that is more focused on, market integration than any type of power building in a more profound sense, and also a sort of cultural nudge to middle classes, leftist progressive middle class through cultural projects, university access, which is not, it's more popular, but not that popular. So it actually fosters, as I said, it doesn't really change this division between a leftist kind of architecture that you can see from outside, for example, from the favelas, who actually also have changed in the last decade or so, 20 years. And it does look like if you're integrated in a certain market experience, and if you are a certain type of representative of this society of formal work and so on, you still get to make your life more livable. But if you're standing on the outside of that, things look more dire. And I would say that even some of these participatory mechanisms, they start becoming tainted. The history of them becomes, even though they're great things we should learn from, the way that they ended up being kind of instrumentalized and emptied out. Also, retrospectively, people start misremembering how great they were and just assuming that they were always part of this kind of propagandist thing that we can live in the past, which is always, I think, the danger for the left in power. I don't think it's a danger that requires to avoid wanting power, but it's definitely a responsibility, which is because we have something to do with people's dreams. When we fail, we need to make sure that we don't also destroy the dream itself. It's good to know how to fail, but protect people's dreams, separate those things so that they don't go to waste together with our failed experiments. And that's not often that easy. But why am I saying this to get to the first question? Because as these sort of mediative instruments between the leftist government and popular forces, they start crumbling, and favelas became more and more kind of spaces that only the only part of the state that goes into the favelas are the police, and they become autonomous forces, they become militias. The problem of militias in Brazil today is probably one of the main problems in the country, the autonomy that police forces have. And you can see the continuation. Our police is still a military police, most of it. So it's a continuation from the dictatorship. We kept the police from the dictatorship, and now they're becoming even more autonomous by becoming kind of reigning forces in territories on their own and creating new relations with the drug dealers, the drug trafficking forces, and pretty much creating this kind of autonomous zones where they reign. But it's not because autonomy is a sort of separation from the nation, separation from state power is a right-wing ideal in itself, because the interesting experiments that I've been seeing with participatory democracy today, they tend to appear in peripheries of large cities, in smaller cities, also with that same valence, also as popular autonomous things that, just to give you guys an example, which I never heard before. I heard this 2 months ago. I was in a meeting from a movement that I cherish very much here in Brazil called the Popular Communities Movement. And for the first time, I heard somebody say they were comparing experiences, and they built a school and a bunch of self-owned cooperative kind of shops in a favela in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. They were talking to another group of the same movement that is building their own thing in another city. And the guys from the other city were complaining that the state was getting too much in their business. They were trying to do this, do that, but the state is interested in their land. And so therefore it sends officials there, it tries to audit what they do in a political attempt to also demotivate them to build their power on that land. And this person from this favela in Rio said, thank God the state doesn't come to our favela, so we can build whatever we want. I've never thought I'd hear that, because usually the state doesn't come to where we are, means the militia, the drug forces come in and just dominate us in even stronger ways. And they were building something there where they felt that they had an autonomy to create. And what I think, this doesn't sound a sort of anarchist, autonomist worldview, because if you talk to the same person, she's an elderly woman of about 60, 70 years, she feels she understands the state better because she does the state's work. So I think she would have no problem negotiating with the Workers' Party, for example, with a leftist government, if there were an interest in helping them to continue to build what they're doing there. I don't think that it is a sort of anti-state force that is created in the vacuum of the state in these places. I think it's potentially also an experience of, popular statecraft, in the sense that people start knowing from the inside what it means to govern. And they have very interesting meetings to discuss, why the state is failing, because they feel like they do things that are similar, so they can kind of, compare notes, so to speak. And I think that's a new thing in Brazil. And that's, I think that the challenge, for example, to get to the third question, is that because the left is so fragmented, because our forces are so fragmented, I think that it's not enough to have the common goals, but we also need to have strong organizations that can survive the fact that political forces speak very different languages. So if I am a leftist who's fighting for a democratic party to win an election, and I talk to this woman that I just mentioned, I'm probably gonna think that she's crazy, that she is not recognizing the value of, a leftist government in power, because she's saying she's just gonna build her own thing. So there is a type of plasticity, a type of willingness to build something common, even though you don't necessarily can see the common vision with others, that I think it's more needed today than ever, and it's very complicated. But
Gabriel.
I think that this type of experience that I mentioned, it is more than just making livable. It is something new, even if it's small.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. We really appreciate your insights. We're going to part ways with you here and invite Sushovan to come on. Really appreciate your insights.
Thank you. Thanks, all of you. I thank the organizers for organizing this very interesting convergence, and especially on democracy, where we see worldwide there's a terrible attack on people's rights, disempowering people's aspirations, and also the growth of far right, and in a situation where the center is shifting more and more towards the right. I also thank Gabriel for his wonderful, laying the framework about popular democracy, the vision of popular democracy, the challenges and the tasks. That makes my task easier. Indeed, it has been a valuable learning experience. So without much ado, I would like to go into the Indian situation. As you know, that India is most often portrayed as one of the largest democracies in the world, with out of a population of 1.4 billion, where 969 million people are eligible to vote. But of course, what we have observed over the years, that India is reduced to much of an electoral democracy. We are a democracy because elections take place quite often. We don't have a military coup like Pakistan or that happened in Bangladesh and things of that sort. So so much so that it's often many of the observers have termed India as sort of as partly free, also as an electoral autocracy, and also a flawed democracy. At this point of time, if you look at the certain indicators, I'll just not go too much into statistics, but the World Press Freedom Index places India in the 161st position out of 180 countries. So you can imagine the level of press freedom, media freedom, and the level of free speech. Okay, what we have at this point of time is the far right in power, and the far right in power has been in India over more than a decade, which has put a lot of challenges, to maintain the very basic institutions of the parliamentary democracy. So everywhere, the independence of the courts, even the top courts, the Supreme Courts, all of the institutions, legislatures, and all of the institutions, autonomous institutions, are all in question at this point of time. And with that, we have a terrible inequality in the country. To just give you a sense of the inequality, the inequality has climbed very fast in India. So according to some latest reports, in India, 1%, the top 10% of the Indian population holds 77% of the total national wealth. A figure from 2017 points out that 73% of the wealth generated in 2017 went to the richest 1%, while 670 million Indians, 670 million, please mark those figures, who comprise the poorest half of the population, so only an increase of 1% in their wealth. So you can see an absolute absolute polarization of wealth. There were 119 billionaires in India. Their numbers have increased from 9 in 2000 to 101 in 2017. That means we had $9 billionaires in India in 2000, which has grown up to 101 in 2017. And between 2018 and 22, it's estimated that India produced another 70 new millionaires every day. The billionaires' fortunes increased by about almost 10 times over a decade, but their whole total wealth is higher than the entire Indian budget. Most ordinary Indians are not able to access the healthcare they need. 63 million of them are pushed into poverty because of healthcare costs every year. In fact, India has one of the highest out-of-pocket expenses as far as healthcare is concerned, and it's turning out to be very, very, very expensive, with the total destruction of public health facilities. It's estimated that it will take 941 years for a minimum wage worker in rural India to earn what the top paid executive at a leading, say, for example, Indian garment industry earns a year. So that's one part about the whole inequality. There has been an increased attack since the Modi regime, which took power in 2014. There has been increased attack on the minorities, the religious minorities largely. And there has been laws which are quite contrary to the sense of the constitution, quite contrary to a sense of democratic values, which are exclusionary, which are absolutely exclusionary. There has been attack on the workers. The workers' life have deteriorated like anything. Real purchasing power we have seen there are various statistics to point out that the real purchasing power of workers have either remained constant or have declined. Added to it, we have a huge informal sector in India. Estimates say that close to 90% of the workforce out of 500 million, 90% of the workforce is engaged in the informal sector with horrible working condition, horrible pay, minimum wages. We do have minimum wages in India, but then the base for the computation of the minimum wages are so low that they are far lesser than the market rates. That is to say, in major metropolitan cities like Bombay or Delhi or Bangalore, Calcutta or other cities, you won't get people to work in those minimum wages. The market rates are much higher than that. So technically, it's except 1 or 2 states, it's very difficult to show that the minimum wage is not paid for quite a large sector. Well, of course, a huge sector doesn't have any concept of minimum wage, neither social security. But yeah, and we have seen that the share of wages in the total national income has been reducing like anything. And it's the profits are increasing, and also the benefits for the managerial and the executive class is on a rise. So that is the whole basic thing on which situation, on predicament on which the democracy in India is premised. So what we have is a right-wing government, a fascist government since 2014, and it has brought in absolute draconian laws, absolutely draconian laws. It has almost created a condition in the country where dissent is absolutely difficult, very, very difficult. I mean, just to put you a fact that numerous people have been put in prison for various charges. Either they call them urban Maoist or something like that, a label you put on somebody that you want to vindicate or vilify, or bring in legal charges or put them behind the bars for a few years before they can fight numerous cases and come back. In the last parliament, even the opposition leader, the leader of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, was disqualified for a very flimsy reasons, and he was evicted from his bungalow. So you can understand if opposition leaders are treated in this way, what happens to the ordinary person in the street, the bulk of Indians. So that is a scenario that's prevailing in India. Now the question is, do we have any resistance to it? Yes, of course. There are a lot of resistance to it. There are a lot of resistance. But the problem is that most of the resistance is in the pockets. And there are very few means and ways or strategies to connect them, to build a larger solidarity, to build a larger resistance to not only the current regime, but to build a proactive, to have a popular strategy, a program for regaining popular democracy. So yes, there has been a movement by the women. There have been movement by the Dalits, which are people from the lower caste, a form of internal racism. There have been movement by the minorities. There have been movement by very progressive. There have been movement by workers, very feeble, very feeble. The trade unions in India are very, very, very feeble at this point of time. I mean, they are at the lowest point since we had the organized workforce and the Trade Union Act since the last 100 years. It started sometimes in 1926, 1920s. The trade unions and the strength of the organized working class is very, very, very low, absolutely low. So there are resistances, but they are limited to pockets, and we are not being able to sufficiently challenge the attack on our common rights, attack on the democratic institutions, and so on and so forth. The only thing that stood out in the recent time has been the movement of the farmers. Initially, they were actually protesting against 3 laws, which intended to bring changes. For example, we have the minimum support prices. That's for the, as you know, 42% of the workforce, Indian workforce, is still engaged in agriculture. So it's a sizable amount of agriculture, and also in the rural area where the situation is extremely precarious. So there was a very strong farmers movement that started sometimes in 2016, 2018, and in 2020 it picked up, ultimately forcing, that was the only time where a movement emerged victorious in 2021, where it forced the government to take back the laws, to repeal the laws. So that's been, but then that farmers movement couldn't be, we couldn't translate that to other sectors. The farmers movement was also very localized. It was mostly northern part of India. There were solidarities, of course, everywhere, but we didn't see farmers coming out from other parts. So that couldn't be, there was no general plan to translate that into other parts. There's also a rising tension. For example, the northern state of Kashmir, as you know, and parts of Northeast India. Northeast India is that area sandwiched between India, Myanmar, and also China in the north. There's a lot of ethnic tension, and most of those people there were secessionist movement in the past, even though they're not very active at this point of time. But they do not, people in Kashmir and people in Northeast, they do not identify with the Indian state. I mean, that's a prevailing situation. So we are in multiple challenges at this point of time on about the fate of democracy, the future of democracy, and also the future of the vision of the nation. In fact, as I was saying, that there are popular movements, resistances in pockets, not connected, difficult to build larger solidarities, and also there's been popular movements, and therefore the popular movements have very little impact on, of course, the elections. Very little impact on the elections, and number two, and also in the larger vision of nation building. I mean, it's not that they are bereft of ideas. They're very autonomous ideas. They're interesting ideas, but they do not find any resonance in the larger vision of nation building. So it's a question, once again, as Gabriel was explaining, it's a question of alienation, it's a question of fragmentation, and perhaps we do not know. Therefore, at this point of time in India, we are fighting to maintain the institutions of liberal democracy, which have been destroyed in the last 10 years, which have been destroyed like anything. Fortunately, in the last elections held in the month of May, it was a very long elections, and the results came out in June. The BJP, which is the government, which thrives on a vision of extremely, it's an ultra-nationalist, culturally exclusivist form of a vision they produce, which wants to convert India into a Hindu majoritarian state. And when you mean a Hindu majoritarian state, it also means a domination of the upper castes, which has multiple ramifications in society, especially on the vulnerable, that's the people from the lower castes, the Dalits, the indigenous people, the Adivasis, and also women and all other marginalized groups in the society, including ethnic and other ones. So in the last elections, fortunately, the major party in power, which is leading the coalition, the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, did not achieve a majority of its own. And that was seen, I mean, that was seen as much of a progress that we could reduce them to not having an absolute majority, which will put some checks and balances on their act. But they, as a coalition, they won and formed the government. Repression is still continuing. But that gave us a certain breathing space, It didn't change the scenario, that didn't alter the political scenario, that didn't alter the socio-economic scenario, but that gave us a breathing space to construct on it on further this thing. Now, the point is that when we talk about a further democratization of society, and as you introduced, India has had a history of the left being a very powerful force since the period of
can I interject quickly?
struggles.
Sorry, Sushovan, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes, if you don't mind wrapping up.
Okay, I'll just sum up. I'll sum up very quickly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll sum up very quickly. So the left, which had a long history, starting from the anti-colonial movement, and in the first parliamentary elections in 1952, the left was a major opposition. It's a shadow of itself now. Even though it runs a government in state government in Kerala, its influences are very, very, very limited, extremely limited. So what we need perhaps at this point of time is a sort of because what my understanding says that in order to, the struggle to destroy the hegemonizing drive of Hindutva cannot be separated from other counter-transformative project of constructing a sort of a democratic socialism, if we are to say. Therefore, what we need is a sort of a left which is not limited, much more a creation of a much more radical left, which of course involves the development of ideologically trained and disciplined cadres involved in concrete struggles on multiple fronts, and guided by a larger transformative vision of building a capitalism transcending socialism whose democratic character must be much deeper than anything capitalist liberal democracy can hope to provide. So, and the struggle to destroy the hegemonizing drive of Hindutva, that's the Hindu majoritarian politics, cannot be separated from this counter-transformative project of constructing a democratic socialism. That is what is the challenge facing us now. I will end at this point, and I'd like to have questions from you. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Sushovan. Really appreciate that illuminating account of the state of politics in India. I'm going to ask if you wouldn't mind hanging on the line. I'm going to ask Gio to come on now because he's under a bit of time pressure, and then we can see towards the end if questions can be fielded to the both of you. I hope that's okay as a way forward. So Gio, if you are ready, you have 10 minutes to make your input as well, and then we'll take questions if there's time, hopefully at the end.
Wonderful. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you all for having me, and you know, I appreciate you all organizing this and bring us all together. I bring greetings from Philadelphia, where we're of course in the middle of a slightly horrific electoral campaign, and so the limitations of you know, what is liberal democracy in late capitalism are on full display today, with one side representing the fascist far right and the other side representing the genocidal center. And so, you know, we, of course, are here and join you in the spirit of looking for alternatives and understanding what kind of alternatives can and do exist. And I'll be as quick with what I want to say. And I just want to speak to, you know, in part the Venezuelan experience and the alternative that Venezuela has spent more than 25 years building for the world, and also to the way that speaks to some of the limitations, built-in inherent limitations of the liberal democratic system. And I see these limitations as, you know, fundamentally two, and that move sort of sequentially. The first is that liberal democracy insists stubbornly and fundamentally on separating economic and social concerns from political concerns. And what I mean by that is that it provides a kind of baseline formal equality of political condition without any implications for what that means in terms of substantive equality, right? It you know, attempts to say, well, we're all equal before the law, and yet on a substantive you know, level, we know that this is not the case. And this is, you know, points to the second piece, which is the way that liberal democracy sets itself to failure, you know, repeatedly, because it, you know, by setting the economic and the social outside of the political, it simply can't resolve those questions. And as we see in the history of the United States, it actually prides itself in many ways in not resolving them. It prides itself in providing no, you know, answers and responses to them. And when that crisis sets in, which is very much the state that, you know, much of the Western world has been in for the past decade, you find a liberalism that, you know, finally does not defend itself, and that consistently enables fascist forces. This is what's happening in the United States. It's what's happening in much of Western Europe and the Austrian elections. And so you see a sort of suicidal liberalism that, by not being able to resolve the problems that it fails to even set itself, creates space for and then encourages the development of fascist forces. And this is, again, happening worldwide. Venezuela has long provided a vision of an alternative to that, a different kind of democracy, something far beyond liberal democracy. And this emerges from the long history of revolutionary struggles in Venezuela. It emerges out of experiments in what it would look like to manage and govern communities autonomously. I studied this over the course of many, many years. And of course, the Venezuelan Bolivarian process is in an incredibly difficult moment today. And we need to understand and emphasize that, but we need to also understand that people continue to fight and continue to struggle for a new version of democracy and a new vision of what social equality could be, you know, could be built upon. What this has looked like historically is the simultaneous emergence from below, you know, and then, you know, from above, of efforts to institutionalize a different form of democracy. This is often referred to as communal democracy or the communal state, the Estado comunero, and it emerges from a vision that was developed within the armed struggle in the 1970s and the 1980s, when revolutionaries were developing and building you know, attempts to overthrow the government, which culminated in Hugo Chavez's first attempted coup in 1992. They had written these documents. Some former comandantes of the armed struggle had written documents that laid out a new vision of a state, and they referred to it as the Estado Comunero, or the commoner state, the communal state. And what this looked like was council democracy distributed across the country. This is back in the 1990s. Of the ways in which workers and students and people across the country would be distributing political power and connecting that political power seamlessly in a sort of fabric of direct democracy. This coup failed in 1992, but Chavez was then propelled into the presidency. And after several years of development and accumulation of forces and power, he then set onto a path after around 2009 of developing communes nationwide from above. Now, what had been going on from the grassroots level, though, is that these experiments had been developing. They had been spreading across the country. They spread particularly in the aftermath of a mass rebellion in 1989 known as the Caracazo, after which people began to develop their own, what are referred to as barrio assemblies, these neighborhood assemblies. And I know, particularly in the South African context, that this is something that had happened as well in the course of the armed and political struggle. The development of local assemblies that could govern themselves and that could do multiple things. They could make political decisions and they could defend themselves. In other words, they could develop self-defense mechanisms. Now, something very key happens when Chavez is in power, which is that these two forces are able to come together on a certain level. And it's crucial to understand that when you take grassroots, spontaneous, organized energy and bring it into the level of organization from above and from the state, something is lost and there's always a risk, right? Again, we see this threat, and this danger occur, in many different ways on many different places. The ways in which once the hands of the state get onto grassroots power, it is sort of corrupted and lost. But at the same time, you saw the ability of the Venezuelan government to help expand this communal model across the country. So, and with regard to the limitations of liberal democracy, several key things happen in this moment. The first is that the pre-existing, communal councils, in other words, these small local democratic institutions in Venezuela, became unified and fused and joined together with economic institutions. In other words, what were referred to as, social property enterprises, or, these kinds of collective and socialist businesses and, factories and, units of production. So you have the transcendence, or the potential for the transcendence, of this fundamental division between the political and the economic, right? The idea that we're politically equal, but leaving aside the economic. Suddenly in the commune, you have an overcoming of that divergence, right? You have people coming together democratically on a local level to decide what it is that they want to produce, how much of it to produce, how to sell it, who works, who gets paid how much, and what to do with the surplus, how to reinvest that surplus into the community, into community struggle. And so you have this process of developing communes, which then begin to sort of blanket the Venezuelan countryside. And it's important to understand something very, very clearly. And this has been restated lately because, as I said, Venezuela is in a very difficult situation. The close relationship between the grassroots and the government has been strained. And it's been strained not necessarily by the fault of the government, although there's some fault to be found. But it's been strained by economic crisis, by brutal United States sanctions, which need to be lifted immediately. But the reality is that we don't have the close connection between communal power and the power of the liberal bourgeois state, right? And one comunero, one commune activist last week was making a very important statement to say, we're not another power, right? And this is what I want to sort of end with and underline the fact that the communal power of the grassroots in Venezuela is not seen as a supplement to the state and a supplement to liberal democracy. It's seen as a total replacement of that. Ultimately, there can be no, cohabitation of these two forces, and the grassroots power from below aspires to and must necessarily displace that existing liberal bourgeois democratic state, replace it with something far more democratic and far, different, grassroots, distributed, decentralized democracy, but democracy of production, economic democracy, the ability to meet the needs of people on the grassroots level and in their communities. So thank you so much. That's what I wanted to offer, and I look forward to any conversation that we can have now.
Thank you so much for your offerings, Gio. I want to check with the organizers, with Minaj, if we have time for perhaps a quick round. 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to invite, I'm not going to participate myself, but I'm going to invite 2 questions, one for Sushovan and one for Gio from anyone in the audience, if there's anything you would like to ask at all. Yes, is that a hand at the back? Or? No.
You keep your mic.
Okay, cool.
Where's the hand?
No need to be shy, comrades. Okay, it appears, Gio and Sushovan, that comrades are unpacking, digesting, and processing your thoughts. So we really appreciate it. We have a session coming up that's going to be on deepening democracy from below. So I think, speaking on behalf of everyone here, we really appreciated hearing from you, Gio, from Sushovan, and from Gabriel. Getting an international perspective, I think, is really helpful in helping us understand both what is similar about our conditions, but also what's distinct, right? I think there are ways in which it's very possible that what's happening in India now, as Sushovan was saying, witnessing the decline of democratic institutions, that's a process that is underway here in South Africa by stealth, right? It's happening slowly and progressively. At the same time, though, there is this open question about, well, these democratic institutions, were they robust in the first place? How do we deepen them? How do we expand them? How do we democratize the democracy in and of itself? So I think a lot of food for thought shared with everyone. Thank you once again to Gabriel, Sushovan, and to Gio. And I look forward to seeing how these inputs frame and inform the conversations we have later. So a round of applause for them again.
Thank you. Thank you, William.
Thank you very much. I hope we have more of this dialogue so that we can listen to each other. And for me, frankly, both all of you, the questions from the audience, from Gio and Gabriel, it was so well learning, and I look forward to have more of them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Pleasure, everyone. See you all.
All right. Thank you, William, for facilitating that. I want everyone to hold some of the critiques and ideas that came out of that session, because I think it will feed into the session we have after lunch. Kia, logistics, before we go for lunch?
All right, folks, lunch is in the same area that it was in, the atrium or auditorium, and then we can go sit outside. Lunch is literally an hour. So 45 minutes is not my fault. You see, when we take time, we lose time. Right. 45 minutes for lunch, so if we can all be back in here at 2, seated and ready for the next panel. See you guys. Don't forget to sing to Mam Emily.
Bawelile, 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 sebengaphesheya. Bawelile, 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 sebengaphesheya. Film in the making, brilliant scenery. Planet Earth is a location. Center frame is this face of darkness. Hatred penetrates and transcends to a place where birth is chained neck to neck with death. No need to stress. No need to stress the dreadfulness of what's in existence. Listen to these echoes from the past, bringing back sad memories, flashbacks of wasted victories, fools still swimming in a bliss of a mental paralysis. Shock waves strike the core of my spine as I realize that these observing bystanders are not peacekeepers, they're peace sweepers. Bloodthirsty, gold-hungry grave diggers who'll soon be killing us before eating us. Hypocrites and technocrats, bureaucrats that drank tea with mad psychopaths. Bullet stands 10 centimeters away from my forehead. No time for me to sit and think, so I clench my black fist in resistance of forces of wickedness, asking the question, screaming the question loud. Children of Azania, can you smell the danger of this vampire masquerading as a messiah, sucking blood from the necks of the weak? Children die before they even start to teeth. Mothers cry, they cry and weep, they weep and sing, they sing and grieve, they sing, Bawelile, Bawelile, Baweli. Oh yes, they have crossed over, they have fallen to the other side of the struggle that they used to want to die for. Will they ever return to this side? Will we ever reclaim our principles? Will we ever revive our spirits so that we can fight the might with our bare hands? Thank you.
Asimpeni izandla maqabane. Sanibonani? Ninjani? Absheni. You're supposed to correct me and say inhlekani because it's during the day now. It's not morning. Absheni is for morning. Inhlekani. Aye, minjani. Supposed to say ifukile minjani. Okay? It's umbili. Yeah. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Phindile Kunene, and I've been given the task to moderate this session. It's an afternoon session. The energies are low, but we've just had this beautiful poem, so hopefully we are awake, we are alive. Are we awake and alive? Sibongile maqabane? Okay, so stay with me. In EE they say ungavumi. Ungavumi, don't allow the spirits to take you out of this room. We have, for this session, 3 speakers, but before I introduce the speakers, I'd like to do some grounding a little bit. And this grounding involves 3 ideas or 3 terms, basically, for this particular topic, democracy from below. The first idea is democracy. I'd like us to talk about our understanding of democracy. We've been talking about it actually for the past 2 days, and I'd like us to work with a definition that is maybe not perfect, but that gets us somewhere. And if we were to say that democracy is the idea that every person has a right to have some determination, some say over the matters that affect their lives, whether it's economic, political, and so on and so forth, but if we work broadly with that definition. And then the second thing that I want us to talk about, and let's have a conversation then, is this idea of tools, because we're working with the question, what are the tools that democracy gives us? Are we together, comrades? What are the tools that democracy gives us? What do we mean by tools? When we talk about tools, what are we talking about? Ribua kang? Sithetha ngantoni? Zintoni tools? What are tools? What do we do with tools? Ma'am Emily?
Okay. A tool is something you are using to get what you want, what you design, and what you have designed. You use a tool. I can shape, I can shake and shape and put it in the direction that I want. Like I can give an example. One tool that we should deepen democracy is solidarity. Another one is transparency. Another one is accountability. Thank you.
I see you're jumping right onto the good stuff. So a tool, maybe it's something that you use to fix something, you want to manipulate something into a particular shape. Any other ideas about what do we mean by tools? Sikhuluma ngani? Masikhuluma ngama-tools. Sikhuluma ngani? Yeah.
Tools are the things that we use to protect ourselves in the struggle. And I can make an example. When in 2011, when I occupied land with 5,000 other people in Cape Town, for the longest time, the anti-land invasion unit and the law enforcement would come and evict us every single day, until we empowered ourselves and did our own research, etc. And the one piece of knowledge that we had was that only a high court can evict you. And so on one of those days, the law enforcement with anti-land invasion unit and the police come, they're going to evict us now. It looks like an army. And with that one piece of knowledge that we had, we could say, you have no right to evict us without a high court judgment. And they turned around. And that was so powerful. So knowledge is power, and that's our tools.
Wow, okay. That's great. That's wonderful. So we can think about, from what I'm hearing, we can also think about tools as things that you can also use to change the shape of the situation. You can use to tilt the balance of forces and all of that. So I want us to work with that idea or that understanding of what a tool is. Are there any additions before I move on quickly? So we use different tools for different tasks. And some tools are useful at certain times, but may not be so useful at another time. So tools are also quite context specific. So for instance, the tools that we use in repressive conditions or under repressive conditions could be different from the tools that we use within a democratic period or a democratic system, and so on. Some tools are sharp and quite useful, they get the job done. Some tools are blunt. We can hold on to them, but you find that they're no longer useful. So I want us to just hold on to those few ideas about tools. And then the second thing that I sort of want to do before I introduce the speakers properly and then hand over to the first speaker, is to then talk about, I want to just have a few quotes, and the people who sort of who came up with these few quotes will recognize themselves here, but I will not sort of name them. But the first one, and I think this idea was debated this morning actually by Comrade Fatima at the back. But the quote says, "Democracy is not a gift which the powerful decided to hand out to everyone below. It and the rights which go with it are the product of the people at the bottom who are excluded or who were excluded because they did not have the right parents or were poor," and so on. And that's the quote. But to that I would add, maybe they were black, maybe they were Asian, they were women, they were workers, and so on and so forth. So, and this quote, I'm bringing it in here because it brings in this idea of this tussle and this contestation between elites, the powerful, and the people, ordinary people. The second one that I want, and this is the last one, that I want to bring to the fore, and again it came up yesterday in the debates yesterday, is we can never take even the limited freedoms for granted because they are always fragile and may always be blotted out unless we defend them. Iyavakala maqabane? That second one. Iyavakala? We can never take even the limited freedoms for granted because they are always fragile and may always be blotted out unless we defend them. Right? So this idea of a continuous battle and a continuous struggles. And these two quotes come from some of Professor Steedman's work and he's going to be our first speaker today. He's a research professor at UJ, a writer of a few books, including Prisoners of the Past, Citizens' Action, which is about democracy, and a Thursday column, a weekly column called Against the Tide, which is available via subscription. I'm going to give Professor about 15 minutes. I'm going to give Stephen 15 minutes to make his input, and these are 15 real minutes, not academic minutes, and I take that from him. And then I will give comrades Trevor Ngwane, who lectures sociology at UJ, is a board member of My Vote Counts, but also has a history with the movement that we will be talking about, which is the Anti-Privatization Forum, was very much involved in that, and is also an author of a book on democracy, Amakomiti, which reflects on the struggles for democracy in Thembelihle, right? In Thembelihle. So welcome, Comrade Trevor. And then we've got Comrade Fatima Hassan, who's with the Health Justice Initiative. And Comrade Fatima will be reflecting on the TAC, the Treatment Action Campaign. Comrade Fatima, all of us know her, but for me, I mean, the role that she sort of played in shining the spotlight on the vaccine contracts under COVID stood out for me. So that's what I always like to highlight when I talk about Comrade Fatima. So those are our three comrades. Comrade Stephen will give an input, and then the two will then reflect using the experiences of those two movements that arose during this era of democracy. Over to you, Stephen.
Does this work? Yes, it does work. Thank you. Do you want me to stand up or sit down or what? Sit down. Okay. I'll sit down. That's great. Thanks. Yeah, just to explain, I explained to the chair that 15 human minutes equals 1 academic minute. So, which is another way of saying if you don't stop us, we just don't stop. But she's given us a time and I'll stick to it. I don't know about my colleague here because he used to be an activist, but now he's an academic, so maybe. Okay, look, what I thought I would do, and the chair sort of stolen my thunder a bit, is that we're looking here at 30 years of democracy in this country, and it's very often said, and I gather the topic came up here, people say, well, democracy hasn't worked because there's still huge inequalities, there's still racism, there's still oppression, etc. I think it's very important to stress, I mean, these are very valid concerns, obviously, but to try to convince you that the problem is not democracy. The problem is people's ability to make democracy work for them. And when I say ability, I'm not preaching at people. I'm not saying you aren't good enough. I'm saying that people very often lack the power to make democracy work for them. And the best way to explain what I'm saying generally, I'll say something about the country shortly, is that, you know, one of the books the chair mentioned that I wrote on the topic, I try to explain that the most important motor of democracy is what we academics call collective action. And collective action is simply a fancy academic term for people getting together with people who have the same problems as they do, who have the same aspirations as they do, who have the same concerns as they do, in order to try to exercise power, in order to try to make themselves heard. And you will find that, first of all, democracy only happens when people use collective action to force their way in. So what you start off with, and this country is obviously a very good example of that, you start off with a situation where very few people or not enough people or only some people get to take decisions. And the people who are excluded from decisions begin to develop the power to make themselves heard and to force themselves into decision making. And of course, this is what happened here. Only whites were taking decisions, and the rest of the people developed enough collective action, enough collective power to say, no, this is, everybody takes decisions, not just you. I should mention perhaps that, the chair talked about definitions of democracy, but in effect, she gave the definition I would give you, in all my work. Democracy is a system in which every person has an equal say in the decisions which affect them. And if you say, where does this system exist in the world? The answer is it doesn't exist anywhere in the world, but it's what we aspire to. It's what we hope to achieve. It's what we believe a really free and fair society would be. And therefore, we judge societies by how democratic they are, by how many people, by what range of people actually get to take real decisions about their lives and about what affects them. So that's the first point. Democracy only happens. So as the chair said, it's not a gift. Democracy only happens when people get enough collective power to demand it. And what happens after you have democracy is that democracy only deepens, and democracy only serves the needs of more and more people if more and more people have the power, the collective power in that democracy to make it work. So what you very often find is that the basic democratic rules, you can vote, you've got freedom of speech, you can organize, and all of those basic freedoms, they are achieved by a more elite group who try to hog all the decisions for themselves, and then whether they succeed or not depends on whether the people below are able to organize effectively to change that. In this country, I mean, it's very appropriate, that's why I presume that we're all sharing the same platform, is that the two examples which my two fellow panelists are talking about are very good examples in this country of how people have used their collective power to try to force their way into decisions. And so when we feel that democracy has not worked for us, what we have to look at is the fact that we do not have yet the collective power to use democracy in order to make decisions. Now, I don't want to steal Fatima Hassan's thunder, but just to give you an idea, this is not abstract, this is very concrete in people's lives. When I tell people that I'm convinced that democracy in this country can actually make a difference to people's lives, there are literally millions of South Africans who are alive and with us today only because of democracy. And those are the people living with HIV and AIDS who are only able to get the life-saving treatment that they need because people use democracy to organize, to demand that people get the treatment they're entitled to as human beings. And that's a pretty good example of how collective action works. Now, what about democracy in this country? Essentially, what we have in this country is a democracy which works extremely well and extremely effectively for about 1/3 of the people, okay? And I deal with that in one of the books the chair mentioned. I mean, it's basically got to do the most basic, I don't want to get too technical about it, whether you're in or out really depends on whether you get either you or somebody you depend on gets money from the formal sector. So in other words, if you are a person who gets a monthly or a weekly wage or a monthly salary or any of the other ways in which you get income from the formal businesses, then you are probably likely to get listened to. You're not going to be listened to if you're poor and black. You're not going to be listened to as much as if you're rich and white. But you do have ways of organizing which may make your voice heard. If you're part of the 2/3 who are not in that category, then you find it very difficult to be heard at all. And this, once again, has something to do with collective action. It's very often said when you say it's about collective action, people say, but rich people and business people, etc., they exercise all sorts of influence and they never use collective action. Well, I point out in one of my books, they use collective action all the time. They just don't use it in the way in which poor and working people use it, because they don't have to use it that way. Collective action for people in business, etc., is writing an email to the minister or sending a message to somebody saying, we're not going to put up with that, etc. So they don't have to leave their desks. It's what I call in my book routine collective action. Unfortunately, poor people, working people do not have that option. And therefore, their collective action has to be the type of organizing, the type of popular mobilization that we were beginning to talk about over there. But the problem, I keep on, the problem is not the system. It's not the rules. In one of my books, I spend an entire chapter looking at, people say the problem's the Constitution. And then you say to people, well, what is it in the Constitution that's the problem? What is it in the Constitution which prevents people mobilizing and organizing to get what they want? And then they say, no, well, it's not, that's not the problem. The Constitution should do all these things for people. Well, I can assure you there's lots of evidence around the world. Constitutions can't do that for people. Constitutions give you rules and rights, which means that you can organize and you can mobilize. Constitutions can't give you the products of that negotiation. It can't give workers a living wage. It can't give people living in poverty decent environments, etc. And when you try to do that, it very often gets hijacked by the rich and the powerful, who make sure that the Constitution insists that you can only do things their way rather than other people's way. So we've got rules which people can use. We also, at the moment, I gather you spoke about this morning, so I don't want to go into great details. We've also got a change in party politics in this country, which creates opportunities. Because the fact that political parties are there and they compete with each other is very important to empowering people in a democracy, not because what I call the naive view is right. Now, the naive view, you've all heard the naive view. Democracy is wonderful. You go to the ballot box, you vote for the party of your choice, and it does all sorts of things, and then everybody's happy. Well, that certainly hasn't happened in any country I can think of anywhere. But what we did find in a research study we did some years ago, an international study, we did a study of 12 countries in which citizens had got together to change policy. And we found that in every one of those countries, the fact that there were elections, when there were elections, mattered because it meant it gave people another lever, another form of power over politicians, which they wouldn't otherwise have had. And there have been some very important writing, for example, of how people in India, in the slums of India, have been able to use the fact that political parties are competing with each other to demand changes, to demand rights, and in effect to play the political parties off against each other. Now, in effect, because I'm beginning to run out of human minutes rather than academic minutes. So what I've been driving at, the title of this session is Democracy from Below. What I'm saying is that if we quite rightly are unhappy about living in a country in which people live in poverty, in which, and we all know what I'm talking, everybody in this room knows what I'm talking about, then what we need to do is to change the situation in which only those people sitting behind the desks, which I was talking about, are the people who get to use the collective action to change decisions. And when the speaker over there was talking about their housing struggles, for example, etc., well, that is one of countless examples you can use to show how people can use these levers. And the fact that you're able to say, the law says the law is on our side, that is important. The law is only on your side when you can actually use the power of the people around you to make it on your side. But the fact that it's there at all, I can assure you, for those of us ancient enough to have lived in this country when the law was biased against people, there are a lot more opportunities now than there were then, to put it mildly. And therefore, I think that, instead of, this kind of discussion we tend to have where you know, say, well, we need something different, but we're not quite sure what the something different is. I mean, I'm not talking about a different kind of society, I'm talking about a different kind of political system. What we should be recognizing is that the system we have can be made to work for everybody as long as this democracy is built from below, as long as this mobilization, this organization happens to ensure that people turn those words in the Constitution into real power in their lives. You know, the Treatment Action Campaign, other social movements, etc., are very good examples of that. I think it's also very important, because I'm looking at a familiar face over there. I think it's also very important to learn from the trade union movement. I would have to say that a lot of my ideas were formed when I wrote about the trade union movement as a journalist for years, and then as an academic, etc. Because I think the trade union movement has a great deal to teach us. We tend to forget that when the trade union movement started in this country, now, there have been various waves, but the wave we're talking about in a moment, in the 1970s, you know, working people were living in much worse circumstances than they are now, but they were much less powerful than they are now. And the trade union movement over a period of years changed that. And the way in which the trade unions changed that, and I was fortunate enough to be there, and a lot of this has been forgotten, although I wrote a book about that too. A lot of this has been forgotten. It was the power, the collective power of people operating together. Back in the 1970s, you had situations in which workers would organize trade unions, they would go to an employer, the employer would refuse to deal with them, and they would spend a year or 2 years mobilizing and organizing to force the employer to listen to them. And you need a lot of organization for that. You need a lot of grassroots democracy, because if you don't have grassroots democracy, then people lose interest because they feel they're not being heard, and people become dispirited. Obviously, working people have a certain amount of power which people outside the workplace don't have. Because you know, if you're outside, if you're a working person, you don't come to work, the boss has a problem. If you don't earn a living when you're outside the workplace, you have the problem. So I'm not blind to the fact that, you know, I'm not imagining everybody can do what the trade unions do, but I think that they provide a very important pointer. And I'm just going to make one final point, which is that there are many lessons which I learned from the trade union movement, the power of grassroots democracy, the power of organization. But there's one in particular I want to leave you with, because I think it's very important. It tends to get lost. You very often hear it said that a lot of these struggles which organizations engage in are a waste of time, because all they do is they give people small concessions. You win, if you're a working person, you win a few more rand, your working hours are cut a bit, you get some housing rights, etc., but you're still living in poverty, etc. And there are people who say, well, this is a waste of time, and there are even people who say, no, well, that's a bad idea, because then people don't realize how oppressed they are, etc. I think the lesson of organization around the world, which the trade unions taught us, is that when people lack power, any victory increases their power. Any victory increases their power because people start to say, well, if I can change this, then I can change something else. And to start as we did in 1973, with people going onto the streets to demand 3 or 4 rand extra in their pay pockets. And then they discover they can get the 3 or 4 rand. And then they start saying, well, maybe we can get more of what we're entitled to. You land up with a situation where some colleagues and I did research just after democracy was achieved here, about people's expectations, what they expected of democracy, etc. And the most striking example, the most striking takeaway from that was that the attitudes of trade union members were totally different to the attitudes of everybody else. The trade union members were more militant, they had higher expectations, they had higher confidence in their ability to get what they wanted, and the reason is no secret, because they'd been in an organized movement which started out as a workers' movement, also to a certain extent became a social movement. And therefore, never feel that whatever small, supposedly small struggle you're fighting at any given moment is not important, because if people win that, the experience has shown us they will want to win more, and they will become more ambitious in what they're trying to achieve. So I think I'll leave it at that, and my other two colleagues can make it all concrete for you.
All right. Okay, so that was 17 minutes. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So, so I'm going to hand over to Comrade Trevor and Comrade Fatima, but maybe just to say that in your reflections, please tell us about some of the tools that were used by the movements that you're reflecting on retrospectively, and which of those tools have some relevance in today's times, in today's terrain. Yeah?
I'm being instructed by my comrade here. So, I mean, I'm speaking to you from a position where everything I've learned about activism and the law was through the TAC. As a young lawyer, I just graduated in '96 using the new constitution. And my first exposure to what it means to be an activist first and a lawyer second was really through being there, and Mazibuko's here as well, from the first days of when the TAC was formed with just a handful of volunteers to eventually becoming a really important social movement in South Africa, and they've just turned 25 years. And so I just, because I know I have limited time, want to focus on 4 key tools, and I think it resonates with the discussion earlier this morning as well. That, and there were many tools that the TAC used, but these are the 4 that I think were critical in allowing us to win many small victories and a few, obviously, big victories to actually get us to the point where currently we have the largest ARV treatment program in the world. It's not perfect, not without its issues. There are other issues that we still need to deal with, including NHI, but we have the largest ARV treatment program in the world. And despite all the racist stuff we were told about how black people will not adhere to ARVs, which we also had to deal with in our work, we have one of the highest adherence rates to ARVs in the world as well for global south countries. And I think that's a testament to the work of the TAC and everybody else who supported the TAC, not necessarily our denialist president and minister. So the 4 tools were first, if you're going to do whatever work you have to do, you've got to build a movement, and a very broad movement. And we had many debates and conversations about if you're taking on executive power and legislative power, because we had to take on, like today, both our parliament and our executive. At that time, the parliament was totally deferential to a denialist president and a denialist minister. All our efforts trying at parliament to hold the executive to account were not successful. So we actually had to do a 2-pronged strategy. And if you're going to build a broad movement, then you have to speak to people you don't like, whose politics you don't agree with. We had to partner with the churches who didn't believe in sex before marriage while we were teaching people how to use condoms. So I think there are some major deep issues that you have to be comfortable with, accommodating is the wrong word, but those are the pitfalls of having to build a broad movement. I mean, we even mobilized with COSATU, we mobilized with other organizations that we didn't think we would. But in order to have a national footprint and a national voice, you've got ARVs from drugs, on cancer drugs, on diabetes drugs. And so that battle, I think, is still one that's continuing. And hidden in that battle, people think we went to court and everything. We didn't, actually. Our best cases were the ones that never landed up in court. We always threatened we would go to court. And I remember, Mazibuko, I'm not sure if you remember, but government finally changed its policy and we needed them to buy the drugs That's procurement law. As an activist, you need to understand procurement law. And the minister refused because she didn't want to comply with the judgment, et cetera, and we found procurement law at the provincial level that would have allowed provinces to buy the ARVs at a provincial level. That's how our ARV program started. The National Department of Health only started procuring ARVs much later. But hidden in this constitutional structure, and this will be my last point, was something that we found, which we never had before 94, was that finally regulatory bodies were set up in South Africa in line with constitutional imperatives to improve access to the market, to improve access to educational products or health products. And that's how we found a fairly new body called the Competition Commission of South Africa. We have since used that regulatory body on excessive pricing of health products. So we can do the same for textbooks where the private sector overcharges. We did that in COVID around PPE, for example. And the Competition Commission's investigation into 2 private companies was the reason why we were able to bring the price down of ARVs and have it ready for the provinces to then start procuring on an interim basis. I think totally mindful of the limitations of our constitutional framework, imperfections of our legal system. Yes, law is the last resort, but there are many opportunities and many gems for us to be able to assert the rights of those who are the most marginalized to try and get some protections. Ultimately, we would want to change all policies. We want to deal with systemic inequality overnight. But yeah, I mean, that was a 30-year battle, and maybe we'll have a chance to talk about NHI, but that battle is going to restart because obviously the dominant player right now in the room on the NHI debate is once again, guess who? Business and the pharmaceutical corporations. Thanks.
All right, ningavumi maqabane. Don't leave the room. Don't leave the space. Ayibhaneni maboko. Ayibhaneni maboko. Ayibhaneni maboko. Ayibhaneni maboko. Mahofi. I'm not hearing you. Ayibhaneni maboko. Ayibhaneni maboko. Ayibhaneni maboko that side. Ayibhaneni maboko. Qoba izandla dinga. Qoba izandla. All right. Let's wake up. Okay. All right, Trevor. That was 12 minutes from Comrade Fatima. So please, and it was very good. So, and I know you and you also start saying, socialism, and so I'm just, if you break my heart, make it 12 minutes, but nothing beyond that. No problem. Thank you, comrade.
Amandla, phansi ngamabhushu phansi, phansi ngeGNU phansi, phansi ngoGation Mackenzie phansi. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you very much, and I appreciate that I came here on Monday and Comrade Dinga was talking about these issues of movements. So, those comrades who were there, like Comrade Ruth, staff members, will make sense of some of the things I want to say from that perspective. And I'm happy that Stephen, emphasized that although trade unions are weak, but workers still need trade unions because there's a lot of talk of new forms of organization, but we can debate that. And then also on the TAC, yeah, well done, Comrade Fatima, you did very well. I'm sure you saved the lives of at least tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands, by intervening. But the funny thing is that if HIV were to start today, as in it didn't start then, I think everyone would know that, okay, now there's now a GNU, but let's say the ANC was still in power with the majority. Everyone would know that that government is not going to help the people, or provide the medication. But at that time, so there's an internal movement joke, so I don't know if Comrade Fatima knows it, that in fact, Fatima, Zaki, and Haywood, because I think at that time they were ANC members. Yeah. So they actually didn't believe that the ANC would say no to saving the lives of the people. Can you see? Yeah. So they got real worked up and angry. You know? Which reminds me, because there's a type of, you know, Phindile was talking about elitism, where comrades think they know more than the masses. So they'll say, you know, something slightly like what Stephen was saying, but more positively. Like, no, let the masses bang their heads against the wall, you know, and then they'll realize that this government is bourgeois. Can you see? Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I think, so if I'm to talk about the anti-privatization forum, which started in 2000, I would emphasize that conditions were different. Yeah, in terms of how the masses related to the government, to the ANC, to the alliance, to the trade unions, their own organizations. Indeed, it was a time of hope where people still believed that, you know, with the ANC at the forefront, life could become better. I think in 2000, I think starting 1999, we started having what later was called new social movements, such as the anti-privatization forum, the landless people's movement, you know. That's where Andy Mkritama was born, you know. Yeah, look where he is now. Yeah. It's terrible. And then we had Comrade Fatima Mie, the Concerned Citizens Forum, you know, with Ashwin in Chatsworth, Devon. There was the anti-eviction campaign in the Western Cape. So there are all these more or less single issue, and the TAC, of course, the Treatment Action Campaign. There are all these more or less single issue campaigning movements. But in 2004, there was a change now. So let's say this was a change in mass consciousness, because the first indication was the protest in Harrismith. I can't remember that township on top in Harrismith. Ntabazwe. Yeah, in Ntabazwe, where Tebucho Mkonza was killed, shot dead in that godforsaken highway. Yeah. And then the next one was in Deep Sluot. Now, because in Ntabazwe, they just blocked the highway, you know, the N3. Yeah, and then the next was in Deep Sluot, and then they blocked the road to Dainfen or something. And then there are all these community-based protests, which newspaper people call spontaneous. Yeah, yeah, especially in the Free State. But those were different from, say, the anti-privatization forum, because they were directly a response, an organic response of people having problems with water, with housing. It's almost like the working class and the poor were being pushed, you know, to the end of their teeth. Yeah, yeah. So, whereas we were trying something different, because we were trying to organize across communities, across working class organizations. The APF had trade unions, it had community organizations, it had students, it had Jara with the Communist Party there, when he was still good. No, that's before he allowed his membership to lapse. Yeah, Yeah, actually, he was fired. Yeah. I allowed my ANC membership to lapse, but under pressure. Yeah, so just that distinction between, you know, some people in Harrismith, some community in, you know, all over the country, just saying we've had enough, we want water now, and people like the APF, the CCF coming together, trying to organize and mobilize in a systematic way. You know, I think we can learn something from that. The lessons are not clear, but it helps us to make sense of what is going on now. I would say today the working class and the poor are in a very bad space. So, you know, if you live in the township, you know, families are sleeping hungry. Yeah. Half the youth, you know, are unemployed. And then a quarter of them, they're into drinking, drugs. There's a lot of crime. So there was also a period of demoralization and demobilization. Yeah. So the demobilization, funnily enough, started with the victory against apartheid, because socialists, great socialists like Joe Slovo, you know, would say, we shouldn't strike now because we are winning. Can you see? Yeah, yeah. And then the trade unions were told, stop being adversarial. You must cooperate with the bosses. Yeah. And then many trade union members, civic leaders ended up in parliament, in the councils. I'm not going to point fingers because I too ended up in a council, you know. So this was the flavor of the month that time. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it happened. Yeah. So, but those people who were ending up in the council, in parliament, you remember was it the 20 COSATU leaders who were taken to parliament? Wangenu Ushilo we parliament, you remember that song, yeah. John Komomo, Jay Naidu, yeah. So those people, those comrades, they were part of that process of demobilization. And then they also carried out their, frankly, right-wing criminal project of demoralizing the masses, telling them that, no, socialism will come, I don't know, much later. I think the Communist Party was saying it clearly, yeah. You know, socialism is far, build it now. So it's very far. Yeah, so the demobilization, the demoralization, the breakdown of organizations, the loss of direction, the trampling on the vision of socialism, the removal of the power component in the day-to-day struggle of the working class and the poor was a project, a political project. It was not a conspiracy, as in maybe two people sitting, but when you look at it analytically, you can see that the direction was towards that. Yeah. So APF and them, you know, because 1994, the ANC came with the RDP. So the Reconstruction and Development Program was the election manifesto of the ANC. Yeah, Mandela was leading, you know, houses for all, everything for all. And then, and then 1996, they throw away the RDP, they take gear. And then they left the minister without portfolio, J. Naidu, hanging in the air because he was actually the minister of the RDP. So when they throw it in the dustbin, where does it leave him? Yeah. So that's what happened. Yeah. And then myself, I was a councillor in the city of Johannesburg. And then we were told that, hey, because at first, there was that moment, the RDP had this slogan, people-driven, people-centered development. And then all the working class communities, through the agency, organizational agency of the ANC, working closely with SANCO, the civics, partly the unions, every community had to form a community development forum. Yeah, the CDFs, whereby every community should decide what are their priorities in terms of development. Yeah. So it was real. I think it's something which Stephen is talking about, where democracy is not just something hanging there or which comes once in 4 years, 5 years. Yeah. So we, the councillors, were told, because the ANC was following the Brazilian Porto Alegre participatory budget ideal. So go to your constituency as a ward councillor, I was a ward councillor, collect the people's priorities. Okay, they didn't call them demands. I mean, it's cooperative now. Yeah, we're planning together. Yeah. In fact, that's how Soweto got all its roads paved. Many townships still have roads without paving because the Soweto councillors agreed. Everyone wants paved. I don't know why the people of Soweto want paved roads, but we want paved roads. Can you see? Yeah. So that's how it happened. But now, as soon as gear came, we were told, those plans were throwing them away. Yeah. So APF and them came at that time. And I fell out with the ANC exactly because of that. But it was still an age of hope. It was a crossroads. Yeah. And I agree with Stephen, the government of national unity is also a crossroads, except maybe it's a crossroads very far from where we want to go. I don't know how I can explain this. That crossroads was more or less closer to where our vision of the new South Africa. So I don't know, do you have a minute to say something? Yeah. So, I want to tell you about a guy called Hot Sticks Mabuse. So he's a musician. Yeah, he lives in Phindile. So when during the unbanning, he came up with a song. So Dinga will know this song because, this is a genuine jazz man. I mean, jazz person, yeah. He was writing about jazz during apartheid days, yeah. So it's not a post-retirement pastime. Because I hear Stephen is taking up classical music. So Hot Sticks Mabuse came up with this song, Welcome Home. Yeah. So yesterday, I don't know, I discovered something called Spotify. So how? Yeah. I'm sorry, even YouTube took time, yeah. So I played this song, Welcome. So, the passion, okay, he's a good musician, but you can hear, it's like our brothers, sisters, uncles, welcome, welcome, welcome home, welcome, welcome, welcome home. That's all he says. But an unkind thought came to me for the first time, real unkind. I said, these exiles, they abuse their welcome, Yeah, because, the elite, like Alfred Nzo, I know he's dead. All of them, yeah. Modi, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not just a betrayal. It's a criminal action against the working class and the poor. It's something which should make us real angry. And it's something which reminds us that this is a revolution which has been derailed by its leadership, the aspirant black bourgeoisie. And I think when we fight them, I know maybe many of us are NGO types, middle class types, academics, but really, we need that oomph, because this is not a joke. The people are dying. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, okay. All right, thanks very much. Thanks very much for those initial thoughts. I won't reveal what the timer says, but you tried. Thank you very much. All right, comrades, so we're going to try and bring this session to a close. We were supposed to start at 2. We started at 2:15. We're supposed to break at 3:30. I'm not sure what to do now because there's one more step to this process, to this session, a quick step that allows some dialogue to happen. And for that step, comrades, I'd like us to think about, from what we've heard, from the 3 reflections and what we've been hearing throughout the day, yesterday as well, to think about this idea of tools, because we talked about tools and we said some tools are quite sharp, they get the job done, they take us, whether it's manipulating the situation, shifting the balance of power and all of that, but other tools are quite blunt or are not relevant for the context. And the comrades were actually speaking about a particular context, and I think Comrade Trevor, you also highlighted that quite a bit, about how there was a different atmosphere during the time when APF rose, but also when TAC comes, and now the times have shifted. That was also a theme that was highlighted in the morning session. So I'd like you to chat to the comrade next to you. Chat to the person next to you, and with the person next to you, think about, from what you've heard throughout, think about one tool, or chat about one tool. So one tool that we can use to expand and deepen democracy, to challenge elites, to build power, and to do all these things that we've been saying we want to do throughout the 2 days so far. And then also talk about, with this comrade next to you now, reflect on the tools that you think need sharpening, so they are not as useful as they may have been during a different time. Are we together, comrades? During a different time, or maybe even in other contexts, because we had a session that reflected on international experiences before this. So these tools are tools that maybe need sharpening, but maybe they also need to just be discarded completely because they are no longer useful. And in these reflections, I'm quite keen for us to think about the movements that we are part of, because we do the work, we do the mobilizing, the organizing. So our comrade Francina, to reflect also on the movement, to say, okay, these are the tools that for us are quite sharp and we use and all of that. So are we together? Are we together? Are we willing to do this? Is it safe enough to try? So when we chat about that, and then we'll hear the reflections. Because we've run out of time, I was going to ask us to write these down, but let's just chat, take 2 minutes to do that, okay? If you know each other too well, you're welcome to find somebody else. Yeah? You're good now, ne? Comrades Zodwa, you're good there? Right? Are we good? All right. Okay, let's hear it, comrades. Let's hear it. We're just going to do this. Where's Gia? We're just going to do this. Gia, we're just going to do this popcorn style. So let's just... Clap once if you hear my voice. Twice, twice, 3 times, 3 times, thrice, thrice. Sure. Okay, so let's do this quickly. There's a hand there. Batina ban. Yeah, Itu. Okay, this couple here, this pair. Okay, next there. Huh? Obuta there. Oh, and here. Okay, let's take it like that, yeah? And then the comrades at the back will do that. So, comrades, because you know we don't have time, so what you do is, okay, a tool that we think is still sharp is ba ba ba. A tool that we think is still is blunt today is 1, okay? No preambles, no thanking the speakers. I thank them on your behalf and everything. Go for it.
Okay, Kamalam Kwalo. I understand ixesha likhathwe injane, but one, we were saying, you know, movement building is still an important tool, but what we need more of and to sharpen is building popular consciousness, working with people to understand issues, as opposed to what some people are doing is instrumentalizing movements. The second thing that we said very quickly is that we lack a vision for a future that we can all kind of rally around. And then we wanted to pose a question to the room. So in our view, we think some people posed the question to us, are we not engaging government spaces effectively? Should we not try and have more discussions with government to convince them? And for us, we thought that outside of a strong movement building strategy would be limited. But perhaps others feel that there is more space than what we think. And so if there are people that think that there's space within government to shift policies for transformative change, we would like to hear about it.
All right, so that question, so far we break away. That's a good question. Yeah?
Okay. Quickly, ours was the first thing that we spoke about as a tool is social media. We wanted to speak about how overrated social media is. And we saw that in the elections, that anything that was popular on social media didn't actually make it to real life. So can we think about how we think we can, like up to now, there hasn't been any turning point that has been come out of social media. So it's a tool that we think is sharp, but it's quite blunt. And then the second one was litigation. Litigation is a tool that has been used, and we think that that tool is still quite blunt, considering that a lot of the litigation goes to courts without communities, which isn't the thing that Fatima was describing. So that tool is a tool that cannot be used in isolation. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be blunt. And then the last thing that we thought, actually used to be blunt, but is quite promising, is the parliamentary process, because leading up to the Bella, we saw quite a bit of consultations and engagements, even if we don't think the NHI is for the people, or I think, but there's actually been quite extensive consultations. So it does feel like there is some effort to make sure that there's legitimacy in the parliamentary process. Otherwise, the electoral system, blunt, workshops, blunt, mass action, getting blunt.
Okay. All right. Yes, Comrade Matawe.
Mandla. Thank you, comrades. The first thing we spoke about is that what we didn't hear from the panelists. Where does self-critique fit in all of this? It's good to have a critique of the state and what they are doing and what they are not doing, but when does it come home to say that what do we do that is going to change? And while it's good to say movement building, we need to do this, but then at the same time, comrades do not want to work with other comrades they disagree with, as if disagreement makes you an enemy. But we talk about movement building. Lastly, we also think that political parties are no longer vehicles for the interest of the working class. If you want a vehicle, go buy a car. This one, we must just wrap it up and throw it into history. Not even history, but the dustbin of history. Thank you, Kedas.
All right. Sindisa uthenga ubuhle. But buhle now, okay.
Okay.
If uyangabaza comrades. Sayidlulisa. Uthandabuza.
Singamyeka.
Ayidlule. Ayidlule. Yes. Ayidlule. Ayize. Okay, izangapha ne Kia. Izangapha then sawugqibela.
Okay. Okay. The tools that we need, that we have, is mobilizing communities and also organizing. That is the tool that we have, and it's sharp. But how do we relate to political side and approach the people we don't want to speak to them? How do we bring those politicians and making them understand what we want? We need to rebuild, revive, and also document, because we always forget documentation. And stop working in silos. We need to work as collective. Thank you.
Is that on? Wow. The tool that we found blunt, according to us, was NGOization. The reason we are saying this is because we are here talking about what killed social movements. When Comrade Trevor talked about your APFs, we know APF gave birth to OKM, which was Operation Khanyisa Movement. So when we go back and we talk about lessons that we learned from the past, then OKM, comrades who were there understood that the PR councillors that were elected, when you were paid your salary, some of the salary, you knew that it goes back to the organization, and the organization will give you a basic minimum wage that you are supposed to feed your family and help you live just an ordinary, comfortable life for you and your family. So now the comrades that we have, due to the fact that there are resources that we are getting from NGOs, these are comrades now who are only believing in politics of the stomach. So hence we have movements that are being killed. Social movements are getting killed because now it's an enemy, it's my comrade against another comrade. Because I want to be the better one and I want to be the favored one so that I can get the money and my comrades can be left there struggling. So we feel that NGOs are actually killing movements, and that's the blunt tool for us. So the sharp one is bring back movements like OKMs, where we have the right to recall and where comrades understood that we are building these organizations, the resources we get, we're putting back into the organization.
All right, thanks very much, comrades. So I'm going to, we don't have any other hand, ne? There's no other hand, ne? There's no other hand, comrade, right? You want to speak, comrade? Okay, I'm going to, we're going to give you the mic, but the young people say you must tweet your points, eh? 280 characters. 280. Yeah? It's not working? Is it not working?
No, the other tool that we think that is a little bit blunt, but you can work around it, is mobilization of trade unions. Because if you leave them outside and you don't mobilize trade unions, that's a language that the capitalist system understands. That when you feed them on the point of production and you stop doing the work when you demand something, that's the only language they understand. I think, yes, there are institutions like labor laws, there are CCMAs, labor court, and those institutions also need to be engaged so that the process are quick, because workers lose much of their time because the labor court, it takes not less than 2 years to finalize cases. So we do need to engage those institutions. And NEDLEC is another institution that I think is a little bit blunt, but we can work around it because it represents the labor, business, and government. Thanks.
All right, and maybe that also goes into the breakaway because I think it's linked to also working within the institutions and the system that is available, the question that came up earlier. All right, so what we're going to do now, comrades, in trouble. Kia, what do I do? In a bit of
it's between me and Minaj.
Huh?
It's between me and Minaj about
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Sorry, comrade. I apologize. But what I'm going to do now is to hand it over back to our three comrades who offered contributions. But I'm going to just ask you, comrades, to do the following. So, Comrade Trevor and Fatima, I'm going to ask you to, in a few minutes, 2 minutes, to reflect on the mistakes, reflect on the blind spots, because that sort of came up very briefly, right? Very briefly reflecting on that, and then you can smuggle any other point that you want to make, but in those 2 minutes. Stephen, I'm going to ask you to maybe take this question around, or this idea around political parties as blunt instruments, because I know you've reflected on that quite a bit. And then, of course, you can smuggle any other point that you want to do as you're parting short. Good? All right, let's do that so that we're out of here by 3:45.
Blind spots and mistakes, I'm going to leave that to Jara, who will tell people what the issues were during tea. As one of the co-founders of tech, because I think social movements go through different phases. When you have a movement that's 25 years old, there's a different critique for the first 3 years and then second 3 years and go on. So I would be doing a disservice to everybody in tech if I tried to give you that analysis in 2 minutes, even though I admit that they obviously are and were and still are issues. And the comrade who spoke previously about NGOization, because of donors and funders and the money that comes into the room, I think is the reason that also affected sort of the way tech had to eventually do its work. But what I want to smuggle in, which is what I was supposed to have ended my presentation with, is one of the key things, and it was a different political climate, different political formation, but I do think it's something we have to return to. One of the key things that turned the tide and got a faction in the ANC to overturn the Mbete position within the cabinet, in the executive, to cause that division and that difference was something called civil disobedience. So we were in a democracy with the constitution and we decided to break the law. And I think that that moment of reflection, which was mandated by the members and volunteers of tech, not by the leadership, and I think that was an interesting moment where people said, we're tired of protesting, of mobilizing, of doing the research, of having meetings. It's time we engage in civil disobedience, was a key turning point. And the civil disobedience was directed in 2 ways. Was one against government, where 600 people were dying every day, decided to use that moment and create international embarrassment for this new democratically elected government in a new democracy. I don't think they will be embarrassed by that kind of action now in 2024, nor would the DA. But there is a moment for disobedience against the DA because of its position articulated yesterday on the national minimum wage. That is such a dangerous position. I think we have to think about civil disobedience. And then the second way in which we broke the law and we said, arrest us in a democracy, we don't care. We will fight our arrest. We will go to jail if need be, was when we broke the law on patent protection, where we decided to overthrow private property rights on medicines. And that was particularly against a company called Pfizer. And we were like, we will break our own laws, our own patent apartheid era laws, not in favor of a private corporation, but we don't care. Come and arrest us, come and sue us. And the company didn't. And we got the drugs then for opportunistic infections. I think you can use civil disobedience in a creative way. I'm going to end there.
Thank you. Yeah, let me say one strength. I know I must say one weakness, two weaknesses. Yeah, so the poet here was actually the APF poet. Yeah, the righteous common man. Yeah. Yeah, where is he? I don't see him. Yeah. He was saying Bawelile. But Bawelile, he says they crossed not the River Jordan, but the class line. Yeah, so they joined the bourgeoisie. Yeah, so that's the issue. So the movements, the APF and many others, they got confused about where we draw the class line. Yeah. And then, so once you lose that, then you start forgetting what my comrade trade unionist was saying there, that the struggle against, I don't know, capitalism, colonialism is capitalism. Did you know that? Apartheid is capitalism. Yeah. So it requires, a strong working class movement, not narrowly defined, broadly defined. So without that, you have what we call a movement without a soul. Because if you don't draw the class line, then movement activity, support solidarity, loses its essence, its class essence. Then it becomes transactional. I'm not going to support TAC because they didn't come to our march as APF. Can you see? Yeah. And I'm sorry it was already happening that time, I remember. Yeah, but I won't point fingers. And then it becomes sectoral, so like a sector, like an economic sector. Yeah, so you find this particular group of workers, or even, identity politics. Yeah. Sometimes even the gender struggle can be turned into a form of identity politics, where the struggle makes us to separate ourselves from our working class allies. Yeah. I think, Comrade Dinga, you put it well when you explained service and mass organization. Yeah. Because we have to be honest with ourselves. There are people who are middle class and people who are working class. Yeah, so the middle class, mostly they're in the realm of service, although they like taking positions of power and leadership in mass organizations. But they should serve and follow the lead of the masses, of ordinary people. But now, because you are more educated or you've got more resources, you abuse that. I remember clearly, at that time we said, you must allow yourself to be led by workers. Can you see? Yeah. So you also get pluralist politics where anything goes. So it's an arithmetic now. This one, that one, 1 + 1, can you see? Yeah. So another thing, maybe that's what Stephen is going to address. There was this refusal by some comrades, I won't mention names, to discuss the political vehicle. Yeah. How are you going to take power? Okay, here is the issue. During the Russian Revolution, they said, power to the Soviets, isn't it? Power to the Soviets. Power to what today? Power to what? So we can't just fight without having a vision of who we want to empower, who will take power. So people don't want to talk about political parties. It's just a mess, actually. Yeah, so I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, look, on political parties, and it's Chair talked about smuggling things in. Look, what I've been proposing, and which came out in some of the discussion, is that when you look at blunt or sharp instruments or anything else, the question you've always got to ask is, does this strengthen opportunities for organizing? And does it strengthen opportunities for shifting the balance of power? And that has to be the yardstick. And that is my point about political parties. So my point about political parties is, which is the political party in South Africa today which can produce the democratic South Africa we all want? None. Okay, we all know that. So you operate on that basis. And the idea that one naively then says, well, let's choose one, is never going to get anybody very far. But the fact that we are now in an environment where they have to be, they really have to go out and hustle for votes, otherwise they're in trouble. We have a local election coming in 2 years' time, etc. That creates a strategic lever. That's all I'm saying. Because what we've been seeing, for example, in local government over the last few years is mayors coming and going and coalitions coming and going. And you would think in all of that process that the people are absolutely absent, that they're of no interest at all. I sometimes try to bait these politicians by saying, have you spoken to your constituency? And they look kind of as though I'm deranged, because I don't think it occurs to them that they have a constituency if they do. Because it's all this backroom stuff. So the point is that the people need to be heard in this process. And when you're strategizing what it is you're trying to get onto the agenda, I think that has to be top of mind. I'll give you just a very concrete example of what I have in mind. Okay, just perhaps to stimulate some thought. I sit on the board of an NGO which works with grassroots organizations and so. And it just so happened that we had a meeting just after the ANC government in Joburg had been replaced by a DA coalition with various other parties. And some of the organizations which we work with said there was a particular pro-poor project which they felt was pro-poor. And they said, well, if this change, does it mean this project is going to continue? And I said, that's up to you. Because if you start mobilizing now, you start demanding that the program continue, then the program will continue because they're desperate to remain on side. And the sad reality is nobody did that. Nobody did that because we are so used to regarding political parties as what they're not, as vehicles which are going to do stuff for us. And when they don't do stuff for us, we say they're irrelevant, that you never regard them as what they actually are, which is a strategic tool. And I think that's what I'm trying to convey.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's a nice one. So that brings us to the end of this session, comrades. I just want to thank Comrade Trevor, Stephen, and Fatima for those reflections, but to also thank all of you for the attention, for the generosity and the participation throughout. And then I'm going to hand over to Minaj and Kia to make announcements about what's next. I know I've eaten a little bit into time, but we did not start at 2. Okay, okay, I paneni maboko so long. Come, comrades.
Thank you, Comrade Phindi, and to the panel. But don't leave yet.
Yeah. Don't leave the premises. You can leave the space.
Yeah.
Yes, you can leave the space. Just not the premises.
We'll
Prof, don't disappear. Yeah, you can live here, but be around there.
Comrades, now is what we've been waiting for. We've been burning to do. We're going to do breakaway groups for about an hour, 10 minutes, an hour, and engage in today's 3 sessions, more especially the final session, the session on tools. What we want to do in the breakaway groups is to reimagine democracy. That's the theme. We have 4 breakaway groups, and each breakaway group has a facilitator and a scribe. The facilitator is going to facilitate the group based on certain topics and certain questions. The groups are broken up based on the color of sticker at the back of your name tag.
Comrades, just give us a second so that we can explain the rules. Please don't get up. Please don't talk yet.
Look at the back of your name tag. I think some comrades don't have a sticker, but most of you do. The back of your name tag has a color. If the sticker is yellow, You in group 1.
And you go to conference room 1. Conference room 1 is the room that we were using for the movement caucus. So it's the little room upstairs. So if you have a yellow sticker behind your name tag, that's conference room 1, the yellow room.
The chairperson is Sindisa.
It's me. The yellow room is me, my brother. The rooms, I tell you, I know who it is. Okay. Don't worry, my leader.
I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, leadership.
Is Kia.
Yes.
So group 1, you follow Kia.
Yes.
Group 2 is orange.
And orange is conference room 2. And conference room 2 is here.
And who
So
is the chairperson, do you know?
Chairperson for, yeah, orange, actually. Comrade Nontando and Joel. Comrade Nontando and Joel are here.
So if you have an orange sticker, you stay here. Comrade Nontando, who's sitting in front, is the chairperson.
Chairperson is Comrade Nontando, and the scribe is Joel.
Group 3 is blue.
Group 3 is blue, which is the Lekgotla meeting room. Now, comrades, just bear with us. Ne? We have a whole explanation for the Lekgotla room. So the Lekgotla room is when you go through the atrium, so when we go collect our food, so when you go through the atrium, there's another inconspicuous door that you see. You go through that door to get to Lekgotla. And Lekgotla room is the blue room. But there will be signs, and you can ask the Judava team to direct you to the Lekgotla room. That's your blue sticker, friends.
And Comrade Tesnim, who is there, is the chairperson, so you can follow Comrade.
You can follow Comrade Tasnim.
4 is yellow.
No, Comrade, it's
4 is
purple.
auditorium.
Yes. Purple auditorium, which is AKA the atrium, AKA where we get the course. That's where the auditorium is.
And Sindisa is the chair.
So I'm going to explain. Orange and red is the same color. Yes. Comrades, orange and red are the same color according to the sheet here. Yes, that's why we don't have the land, because orange and red are the same color. Comrades, please don't look at us vexed. Bear with us. We are also buying stationery shops. So let's just go through it again, friends. There's 4 groups. The first group is conference room yellow. Ne? Conference room yellow is the room that we use for the movement caucus, which is upstairs. I'm lazy, so I love to use the lift. That's first floor. Then you get to conference room yellow. I'm very lazy. Then conference room 2, which is group orange, group red. The folks are here. This is conference room 2. Here. Don't move. If your sticker is blue, that means you're in Lekgotla room. Lekgotla room is the one with a whole map. We'll show you where it is. If you're purple, you are in the auditorium, AKA the atrium, which is where we get Ugudla. We're together, comrades. Okay. More housekeeping, ne?
Yeah, well, just to repeat, each group has a scribe, and the scribe is going to be taking notes of what is being said. We're going to consolidate those notes, and tomorrow we'll present them in some form of report. So tomorrow, remember, there's another breakaway group. You're going to be in the same group tomorrow, where we'll take notes again, and that will also form part of the report. So what you are saying in the breakaway group is going into the report.
Thanks, Comrade Minaj. Now, I have extra information. Uska puta pili, kamana wa puta, uska puta. Comrades ora hlale, Bobby Pond. Right. Comrades, I have unfortunate housekeeping. Just bear with me. Yes, so in terms of housekeeping, we're not coming back here at 5. So when it reaches 5 o'clock, the chairpersons, that's when we say it's closed for the day. So comrades need to make their way back to the places where we catch the shuttles, and the shuttle will leave at 5:15. And comrades who are checking out, so if you know that tomorrow is your last day in Johannesburg, in accordance to the gathering, please do make sure that you check out at the hotel, or you let Judava Works know when you are traveling. Comrades, I know this is annoying, but if I don't say it, there will be a comrade who asks a question. And then comrades, last unfortunate housekeeping thing, the Uber vouchers, my leaders. For those who have received Uber vouchers, which is the transport voucher, it is a complicated thing and it is unfortunate. I'm holding that. However,
There are 10 trips, comrades. Those 10 trips are meant for you to get to Sunnyside Park Hotel and to travel back to the airport. They are not meant for the nice open AF. When we use them for open AF, they get depleted. All right, love you, comrades. See you in your breakaways.